the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The government says it's acting fast to help families facing food shortages because of the drought. Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku warned officials not to take or unfairly distribute relief food. He said anyone caught doing so will face discipline or legal action. The warning came as CS Ruku led a government food distribution in Garissa, Mandera County.
Sio mingi kama itaenda kwa matajiri. Sio mingi kama itaenda kwa watu ambao wanajiweza. Hii chakula ni ya wale ambao hawajiwezi. Wazee wale wamezeeka. Akina mama wale hawana nguvu, watoto. Kwa hivyo ni jukumu ya viongozi wote kuhakikisha kwamba chakula hii inafikia wale ambao wanahitaji chakula.
The Director of Public Prosecutions has presented the fourth witness in a manslaughter case involving operators of a Nairobi cosmetic clinic. The court heard that 47-year-old Lucy Wamboi Kamau paid nearly 700,000 Kenya shillings for a cosmetic procedure but later developed severe complications and died. Her husband, Francis Mundia, testified that a post-mortem examination showed she died from complications linked to liposuction during a Brazilian butt lift procedure. The case is against Dr. Robert Maweu and Body by Design directors George Wakaria and Lillian Wanjiru, accused of causing a death on October 16, 2024 in Nairobi. Safaricom CEO Peter Ndegwa has told MPs that he wasn't involved in share price discussions involving the telco giant. Ndegwa told the lawmakers on Monday that when two shareholders are having a transaction, one leaves it to them to determine how they want to conclude. He was appearing before the parliamentary committees on finance, national planning, public debt and privatization to discuss the government's planned partial sale of its stake in Safaricom.
It was a decision between the two shareholders to come up with the price of 34, and we would be happy to give you any further information that you might require. But I should say the company in no way has been involved and should not be involved in a shareholder transaction because we are the subject of the actual sale of shares. So we would not necessarily be involved. We do have our own view about how the company should be valued, and we communicate with investors because it's a listed business.
U.S. President Donald Trump linked his drive to take control of Greenland to his failure to win the Nobel Peace Prize, saying he no longer thought purely of peace. This as the row over the island on Monday threatened to reignite a trade war with Europe. Trump has intensified his push to gain control over Greenland from fellow NATO member Denmark, threatening tariffs on countries which stand in his way, including the UK. Meanwhile, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said Trump's threats to impose tariffs on allies over Greenland are completely wrong.
That is why I said the use of tariffs against allies is completely wrong. It is not the right way to resolve differences within an alliance. Nor is it helpful to frame efforts to strengthen Greenland's security as a justification for economic pressure. Any decision about the future status of Greenland belongs to the people of Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark alone.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Hello, good morning. How are you? It is the 20th day of January 2026, and it is also the 20th day of 2026. And like I said, this entire month is the only time we can actually say that. My name is Mung'ala, and this is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Mwambaje, sisi tuko salama. City, good morning. How are you doing?
And a good Mwambaje to you.
Good Mwambaje. Yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? I met someone and I asked them.
Yesterday was Monday.
Yes. So yesterday I met someone and I asked them, Wambaji. In Kikamba, Kwamba is, just making noise, Kwambanga. And so he was a Kamba. I asked him, Wambaji, akanambia ndi Kwambanga.
Yeah, pigi kelele.
Akanambia pigi kelele.
Yes.
And we laughed. And here we are today. Mimi niko salama pia. I had a good night. Yesterday I slept. When I got home, I slept. And I slept for a couple of hours because I was very tired.
You did well.
Yes, I was very tired because on Sunday, I was very busy traveling. So yesterday, took the time to sleep. I didn't think I was that tired. Because I was
and the body told you otherwise.
Nilifika kwa hao, nikatoa laptop, I started doing some work and nika realize hapa hakuna kitu nafanya. So I told myself, let me take a power nap. Bro, that power nap, hours later, I woke up. And then at around maybe 8 again, I was knocked out. So I was really tired. So I feel well rested, and I'm happy that I am well rested.
Good. I had a cousin visiting.
Yesterday?
We chatted, but I had to tell him, Chief, the time I have to take a nap. My hours are strange.
Kuna vile.
Yes, but we had chatted for some 2 hours.
Yeah.
It was nice. It was very nice catching up. Very nice indeed.
Was it a scheduled visit, or it was just one of those?
It was scheduled.
Okay.
Scheduled.
Yeah, I usually...
Some of these Mzungu habits are good.
Zinasaidia sana.
Zinasaidia, because then, what's the use of someone popping and then they don't find you?
Sometimes, when I used to live in Kahawa and Dani, because the community there was mostly my friends from Kenyatta University, these guys would pop in anytime unannounced without...
And that's perfectly all right.
Without hello. So there are times you'd come to my door and knock and I won't open.
Because you're resting.
Na unanisikia vizuri sana na watch TV. Lakini sikufungulia mlango. Because what are you doing here? You didn't tell me you're coming. Yeah?
You ni mzungu mwingi.
Acha nikuwe mzungu kidogo. Because at times you just want to relax.
Unataka peace yako.
Unataka tu mtu anakuja hapo tu anaanza
amekosa kazi anakuja kwako.
Na saa zingine wamekuja watu kama wewe na watano and you're like, who are these now?
And watu unawajua.
What are these?
See, how do they know where you live? You told them.
Of course, they're neighbors.
And they're friends.
Yeah, so they live in the next block. Some live downstairs, some live upstairs. So mtu amekuja tu umetulia tu.
All right. What was your house known for?
Do you want to have that conversation now here?
No, we can have it later.
We can have it later, eh?
Yes, because when 5 people come to visit you, and you're all single,
if you went
either you are a good cook, or they know there's always some tea to be had in your house.
Yes.
They know.
If you ask the folks that I was in campus with, they'll tell you what my room was known for. It was actually mine because I shared it with a couple of others. They will tell you what my room was known for. Watu walikuwa pale, like in the morning, saini saa ngapi? Right now 6 or 9. I'm telling you, by 7 guys already have started coming. Wamekuja kututembelea. Na saa zingine sisi wamekuja kuona. Wamekuja kuona.
Kukutembelea.
Okay, it is 9 minutes past 6 o'clock. What is significant about this day? Well, a lot of things are significant about this day, including and not limited to, and this is we're talking about in history, right? So the War of League of Cambrai, War of the League of Cambrai took place on this particular day. So troops led by Pope Julius II captured Mirandola after a brief siege. War of the League of Cambrai. This happened in 1511. That is the year that it happened. Troops led by Pope Julius II captured Mirandola after a brief siege. These are the days that the Pope would go to war. Like he would wear military
Let me
regalia
explain.
and
The Pope
yes.
had states. The Pope had a government.
Yes.
The Pope had an army, a military.
Yes.
A
I know he had an army, and he also had armies that paid allegiance to him, but they were not necessarily his. So nations that paid allegiance to him, like Britain.
Britain waliambiwa kwenda zake. But the truth of the matter,
before that issue,
before King Henry VIII did the King Henry VIII.
Exactly.
Let me tell you, the Pope's army,
yes,
the one which in my mind was by far the most influential, was not the military one. No, the Catholic Church has many orders.
Yeah.
Okay. There's an order of within the church that educated princes, princesses, and royalty. The Jesuits.
Yes.
Wasomi.
They're the ones who also had the friars.
Yes, those were influencers. Influencers.
Ndiao sasa.
But they were in the King's Court every day. They are the ear, the listening. Imagine they are there for God knows how many decades. They've taught this young fellow is a king. That's the person going to be listening to.
Yeah.
Because as a priest, kwanza si mtu wa kwenu. So the idea of him taking side, he takes your side.
Yes.
Yes. And will advise you accordingly. And they were educated, my friend. This formal education. It is a church that the Roman Catholic Church has led for the longest time.
Yes.
Because if you look at their priests, they are by far the most academically educated. If you're talking about within the Christian church, they are thoroughly educated. Yes.
Doctors, lawyers.
Priest tu kawaida kakona masters. Kawaida tu yani tu ni father. Na anaonekana tu kama mwananchi wa kawaida.
Ndio.
Now as for the PhDs, maziko nyingi. And then they built institutions where people could be taught. So it's a structure that you look at and you admire. They understood.
Yeah. They are nurses, they are doctors, they are lawyers, they are everything.
They are everything. You see, you nourish the spirit, but you nourish the mind as well and the body. They understood this.
Yeah.
Proper 360.
All right.
Right.
There you have it. Methali.
Did you know?
No, I didn't.
Okay, of course. That what we now know as Mali was in 1959 known as the Sudanese Republic and Sudan. They were two separate entities. They joined together to form the Mali Federation. Did you know this?
Wait,
yes, I knew this would get your attention. The Sudanese Republic joined Senegal, two separate entities, to form what we now know as the Federation, the Mali Federation. Okay. The idea was to unite the French colonies in West Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is something that happened in 1959. The real story begins much earlier, in around 1238.
1238.
Right.
12.
Yes.
The year 1238.
Like that.
Okay.
When what happened was there were very many Malinke kingdoms, which came after what was known as the Ghana Empire. Why am I saying this?
Why are you saying this?
I'm saying this so that people understand that the idea of an empire did not emerge in the East or the West. This continent had empires, and they ruled, and they did wonderful things during the epoch and the peak of the growth of their empires.
Okay.
And when they receded, some other empire came up and grew bigger. Because after the Ghana Empire, there was a gentleman called Sundiata Keita. I told you about him yesterday.
Yes.
All right. Now, he had a big battle which is known and recorded historically. It's the Rivana. He defeated a certain chief who was also much strong, much nguvu, called the Susu chief, Sumanguru Kante. Okay? Now, after defeating him, he now formed the empire which encompasses in modern day Mali, Guinea, Senegal, and Mauritania. Okay? Now, at the very peak of this empire is where we hear Mansa Musa.
Yeah.
Him, 1312 to 1337. He was known for his wealth, his pilgrimage to Mecca, the trade, Islamic scholarship, and that is what made Timbuktu the center of learning. The rich history of our continent is fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, the proverb.
The proverb, yes.
He who longs for a child will marry a pregnant woman.
He who longs for a child
will marry a pregnant woman.
Hizi methali zako zinakuanga wagwan. He who longs for a child will marry a pregnant woman. So, what of she who longs for a child?
What my advice to you at this particular moment in time?
Yes.
I think you know what I'm going to say. So let me leave it at that.
Yes. But yes, I absolutely love it. Ni kama iko similar na nyingine imetoka huku East Africa ambayo inasema hivi. Mtaka cha mvunguni sharti ainame.
Yes.
Asante sana. Absolutely lovely. This is where we get into that morning conversation, or rather not morning conversation, but newspaper check. We want to check out what has been trending in the last couple of hours. So why don't you let us know where you're tuned in from, and we will definitely give you shoutouts vilivyo. Kwa mfano, ni nani ninaona hapa? There's Don Sabo saying, good morning Paul, ask CT what makes the Nyota Fund any different from the failed Hustler Fund, or is this just another rebrand, hype and sloganeering? CT, how are you? Do you remember Women EMP?
All these funds,
women empowerment, maybe.
Yes, all these funds you will be told that the purpose of these funds is to uplift the well-being, the economic well-being of young people.
Yes.
Youth fund, blah, 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 blah. If you look at what we refer to as the Hustler Fund,
right?
The Hustler Fund was nestled in what essentially was a fintech, okay? And the understanding was, let young people be able to access that 500 shillings. And they go, what does 500 shillings do? It means when you ask that question, you don't understand the value of a shilling. 500 shillings can do something for you if you think like a business person. But all you did was apply, you repay, and over time, your limit would increase. That is what was stated.
Yeah.
Nyota Fund is anchored in a structure. It's not blanket 18 to 25, 18 to 30. No. It is 18, 35, up to 35. Yeah, people who are living with disability.
Yeah.
Okay? It has a structure which enables you, one, to be mentored. Now, the mentorship I'm talking about is in trade often referred to as apprenticeship. It's a hand-holding process. Unaambiwa, hii ukifanya hivi, inaenda hivi, na hii ukiendelea hivi, itaenda hivi. Then somebody comes and makes sure you do it. Uko hapo unataka kuanza hii kazi, unaanza hapa. This is what you need to do. Where's your market? Let's go there. Hand-holding and walking with you. You are given a portion of what you will eventually get. This first portion is to see how you walk with it. Huachiliwi, you're not left to just figure out what you're going to do. Maze, tuko na pesa tulipata hapa. Leo tu chapati na chai. Na maze, tuongeze. Wacha iwe Rolex. Ndio mzuri, Rolex ndio mzuri. Kwa sababu sasa ndio tupate nguvu ya kufanya kazi. No? You're taught. Bookkeeping, a particular trade you're into, introduced to how you can do it, a market for it, where you get the goods, the whole 360 of it.
The whole shebang.
Once it's moving and it is clear that you are beginning to actually do some business with it, and all you require is more money so that you can enhance it and you've got a grip on it, that's when you get the money. That's the fundamental difference between Nyota. Okay? The other funds would require you to be in a group, registered. You could do it with this one as well.
Yes.
But the hand-holding process and the walking with you through that process was never there. Nyota has. So, for purposes of an academic argument, you could say that there's been a learning process in these funds. The point where now you're saying, look, guys, the funds may have been good, but people need a lot of help. And remember, this one doesn't require you to have gone to too much education. In fact, they prefer if you didn't have too much education. Yeah. You didn't finish Form 4, maybe you got a certificate, but you're someone who previously was ineligible for some of the other. This one is supposed to fill that gap.
Okay.
So,
John Mutua mesema, good morning my TV. Doha niko tuned kabisa. Mbuvi, just tell City he looks smart. City, you look smart.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Paul Ochieng amesema, morning, hapa pia twamba. Twamba. Glad to be hapa. Paul Ochieng, asante tena sana. Na pia tunashukuru sana unaamba nasi. Au sio? Aya. let's check out radiogeneration.co.ke. The first story that comes here is Safaricom CEO says Treasury set share price as MPs raise control fears. Let's see what this is all about. Safaricom CEO Peter Ndegwa told lawmakers that the company is to decide as the government decided the price for its planned sale of shares to Vodacom, insisting Safaricom had no influence over the valuation. Appearing before a joint sitting of the Finance and National Planning and Public Debt and Privatization Committees on Monday, Ndegwa said Treasury handled the pricing because the telco is the subject of the transaction. The government plans to sell 15% of its 35% stake at Vodacom at 34 shillings per share, a move that would raise Vodacom's ownership to 55%. He told MPs that Treasury would need to explain how the final figure was reached, adding that his understanding was that the valuation relied on Safaricom's average trading price over the past 6 months, which, he said, best reflects the value of a listed company. Hi, so that's the story about this sale. I think this has been talked over and over again. Some Kenyans obviously been against it, others been for it, but the most important part is whatever happens, tunahitaji kupata the best value. Yes?
That's very true.
Right. Government plans 100 million annual spend on influencers to boost its image. Let's see what this is about. The government is planning to invest 100 million shillings every year to hire social media influencers and bloggers as part of a new effort to manage public perception and counter growing online criticism. The initiative, spearheaded by the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy, aims to coordinate digital messaging and enhance the government's visibility across various online platforms. I like the sound of this. I like the sound of it because we have been saying here that communication kutoka upande wa serikali kidogo imekuanga wanting. What are some of the things that need to be communicated about? For example, this whole issue of Safaricom shares. That is something that needs to be tunahitaji kuelewa. What else? Government delivery. What have they done? What haven't they done? We need to understand a lot about SHA. We need to understand a lot about the housing, affordable housing projects. We also need to understand a lot about the government empowerment projects, the people that keep on going to State House and getting all these monies. And of course, the for the what do they call? The president and his deputy have also gone around this country dishing out money. People need to understand some of these things. But most importantly, what is important to us is, for example, matters to do with our budgets, matters to do with our taxes. Those ones we need to understand, and we need to understand them well and deeply. And if they can use bloggers, if they can use influencers and other individuals in that particular space, well, I think that's a good thing. Besides, doctors are employed by Gava, teachers employed by government, also influencers can be employed by government. What do you think?
I agree with you. The thing about the modern day and age in which we live,
yes,
there are things that perhaps for the benefit of trying to maintain the dictates of public participation, the proliferation of this of whatever information sometimes could be handled by the people we refer to as influencers, because they do have people who listen to what they say.
Yes,
but there are who actually take the things they say seriously, and they tend to have large numbers of people we refer to as followers. So they have their uses in such matters.
Yeah,
something that ordinarily, well, you see right now, the digital world is mainstream. It's not another system. It is part of the system. So these people would be usefully engaged, and they would serve a very good purpose.
Do you know which other country uses influencers? Germany uses influencers, and it is something I've actually seen on YouTube several times, where celebrities in those countries and other types of influencers who might not necessarily be mainstream celebs are actually tasked by the government to influence on certain areas. For example, they will influence on matters to do with controlling our own trash. How do you dispose of your trash? And they let us know how to do it, because as much as it is common sense, and I'm using air quotes here, common sense, that unajuanga mahali unafaa kutupa takataka. Trust me, there are individuals who do not necessarily do it, and it's not because they don't know, but it has not yet, haijaingia kwa system, haijaingia kwa DNA. So ni vizuri pia once in a while unakumbushwa how to do things. Yeah, so if Germany can do it, and we're talking about what will people consider first world country, if they can do it, why not us? So if Germany can did it, we can did it as well. Yeah. Nakanga hivi unaona ka advert ka Germany yuko wakionyeshana how to recycle. And you know, those are small things that actually, when you look at it fundamentally, they contribute to the well-being largely of the country, because I'm sure German garbage situation is not as the Kenyan garbage situation. And perhaps we can give some credit to that kind of influencing, where people are told how to recycle their trash, how to dispose of their trash, and so on and so forth. So yeah, me, I'm for this. 100 million. Ni tuna apply wapi? What kind of influencers do they want? Because I believe I can influence. I hope I can influence. Man charged with impersonating public service chief, to demand... Let me say this again. Man charged with impersonating public service chief to demand 10 million bribe has been charged. Okay. So man charged.
What did he need to be bribed for?
Let's just read this story. A Nairobi court has heard how a man allegedly impersonating head of public service Felix Koskei to solicit a 10 million bribe from a senior government engineer.
Please forgive me for laughing.
It's okay, you're forgiven. With prosecutors securing strict bail terms in the case. Seth Omosira Osumo pleaded not guilty before a Milimani Anti-Corruption Court senior principal magistrate C.A. Okore, to 3 counts, including impersonating a public officer and bribery. The charges include personating a person employed in the public service, contrary to Section 105B of the Penal Code, and 2 counts of bribery under the Anti-Bribery Act. According to the prosecution, the offences were committed on January 14th and 15th of 2026. We were talking about last week, within Nairobi County. Lakini sasa, hata wewe by the time unataka kuimpersonate mtu kama Felix Koskei, surely, what is wrong with you? Not that you should impersonate anyone for that matter, but still, surely.
What I found amazing is what it is, because I ponder and I don't fully understand this, what it is that is the process and working mechanism of the minds of people who, remember there was a case of this young gentleman who impersonated a lawyer.
Yes.
And there are people who even argue even won some cases. Whether that is true or not, I don't know.
Apparently over 20 cases,
yes.
But yeah.
Yes, but then there are other individuals who have impersonated police. Now, there's one particular case that I found interesting, the point of being hilarious.
Yeah.
There were 2 gentlemen who every evening would be found walking on a certain street with a police dog, and they were purported to be policemen.
Yeah.
Until one day some neighbor decided he's calling the police. Said that these fellows of yours were always patrolling with this dog.
Yeah.
Not only were they not policemen, what they were walking with was not a dog.
What was it?
A goat.
City Bonakuwa serious.
I am not lying.
That goat never made at any one point. You want to assume it. Na pia unajua the way a dog walks and how a goat walks different.
No, they had like a blanket over the goat so that you couldn't quite see the tail. Yes. No, they and yes.
And I'm sure they used to walk with it in the night.
Yeah, it's night. No, daytime. At daytime, you'd be absolutely mad.
Because even droppings are good. You know, dogs at least know when to drop and when not to drop. They know
when to go to the necessarium, and they also like to move on the side a little bit. Yes.
But goats, as it tambuangi.
No, goats have this mechanism that allows them to
just drop
continue
anywhere
with their walk as they continue dropping.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I know it sounds funny, but it happened. I found it hilarious when I read about it.
Yeah.
The thinking behind what people do. Then the imitation. Head of the public service, my friend. Is there a picture of this gentleman? Does he remotely resemble this person?
Nope. Bradley Bosire has not given us that picture here.
But what I'd like is to hear somebody probably impersonating a High Court judge or a Supreme Court judge. That would be fun.
Okay, fun for us, not for them.
No, it's fun for us, those who are reading it, because now I would understand that our people have decided to take these matters to the outer limit completely.
And this person was demanding for 10 million shillings.
Well, that's the sort of
from
money
a government engineer.
Well, he probably is.
Eh? He presented himself to engineer Kenneth Njogona Mbogori. Na akamwambia sasa, fanya hivi, wewe leta 10 million, ndio hii kitu ingiane. Yani kuna watu, forget this impersonation. Kuna watu kwa hii serikali wanabraibiananga na 10 million.
I wouldn't know.
Because this guy wouldn't be asking for 10 million if it's not something that perhaps he has done before or he knows is usually done. So these two bribes people give in the streets of Nairobi when they are inconvenienced by the police, and they give, 500, 50 shillings, 100, 1,000. When you're pushed to the corner, 20,000 because of whatever offense that you have committed, especially ukishikwa drunk driving. Kuna mtu hapa kwa serikali anapeana 10 million kama 10. What kind of deal are you doing with the government that allows you to just give out 10 million as a bribe?
I wouldn't know, man. I read these things like everybody else, and to be honest, there are certain things I'm not even well informed about.
Because even when we hear of billions are being lost every day, 3 billion on a daily, I'm assuming it's these kinds of losses, like a 10 million, like a 500,000 here, a 1 million. I wouldn't be shocked if I had a government official asked for a 1 million bribe from you because of a tender AB. Like, it wouldn't shock me. I'd be like, okay, at the end of the day, maybe the tender that unaenda kupatiwa, hii tender will probably earn you upwards of 100, 200 million. And I'm not saying that this is okay. I'm not saying that this behavior is okay. But I'm just saying that it wouldn't be shocking to hear someone was asked for a 1 million shillings bribe. 10 million? What is it that you're doing for the government?
Government contract 10 million is a lot of money.
Edna reminds us that in Kenya anything is possible.
It is, but for a government, 10 million shillings tender, it is not considered a lot of money. Even county, it's not really a lot of money.
Yeah.
Not really.
So you remember that time sometime early last year, someone was arrested after they opened a police station. And they operated that police station. Yes. Somewhere up country, I can't remember which county. But walifungua police station na wakaanza kufanya nini? Watu walikuwa wanashikwa na wanapelekwa kwa police station na wanalipa cash bail. Ndio ujue this is a very interesting country. We should be a case study.
Smooth.
Okay, that is some smooth jazz. Let me see. Let's see what's happening on the roads of Nairobi.
Traffic.
Okay, so barabara zinakaa namna hii. Ngong Road iko ish kwa sehemu hizi. Kuna mahali panajulikana kama Ring Road, kuna mahali panajulikana kama Junction Mall, na kuna mahali panajulikana kama Raila Odinga Way. Hizo roundabouts ama hizo junctions zimeshikamana kwa sasa, lakini Raila Odinga Way, hiyo barabara yote iko nywe. Ukitoka sehemu ya Lang'ata Road looking good, Douglas Wakihuri where houses were demolished or rather structures were demolished last week, that's looking good. The entire stretch of Lang'ata Road actually heading over straight into Lang'ata and past Lang'ata, all the way to Bomas, and all the way into Karen in Akasawa, all the way going back to Ongata Rongai. You guys are moving quite well. I envy you. This is good. And let me just change this view. Heading over to a place called Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is looking fantastic. You guys are moving quite well. I do not see any red line. A few yellow spots, Capital Center for instance. But hiyo ni kwa sababu kuna watu pale wanajaribu kujoin expressway. But yeah, everything else is looking good. But now there's a problem here. The problem is at Airport North Road. Coming all the way from Embakasi as you're joining Mombasa Road is looking bad. Old Mombasa Road is clear at this particular hour. But that is a road you use when you're trying to escape traffic. So just maintain on the highway. Nikiangalia Outer Ring Road inakaa iko sawa kwa sasa, haina shida yote. Sehemu za Baraka Estate kule, hii barabara inajulikana kama nini? Hii barabara inajulikana kama, shida ni hawajaandika hii barabara inaitwaje, lakini ninaona iko sawa. Inatoka Baraka Estate Shopping Mall kule ikielekea Paradise Garden, Josemas Collection huko. Barabara haina jina bana. Pefa Church, Embakasi, looking good at this particular hour. No complaints whatsoever. But now, let's get on to Thika Superhighway. Garden City Mall, around that area, there's a huge stretch of maroon line. So that means you guys are literally at a standstill. Na sasa shida ni nini? Hamuna kitu inaitwa expressway. Na warumia sana kama mnajaribu kuelekea town. This place is looking really bad for you at this particular hour. Then of course when you get to Utalii Hotel, stretching all the way to Pangani, also another very thick red maroon line. Poleni sana hamsongi. Juja Road looking clean, however places flani kama pale AIC Zion Church, that can stretch is bumper to bumper at this particular hour. Kangundo Road not looking bad, a few pockets of yellow line. That means I think these are bus stops, that's why perhaps the roads are looking like that. But yeah, Kangundo Road looking fairly well this particular morning. Nikielekea upande wa Mwabava, like one of my uncles used to say, he's coming from Central Region. Mwabava, hamuna shida yote. I'm looking at Ronald Ngala Road. It's a T-junction. If you're heading towards Luhawade Street, but inakaa iko sawa. Kirinyaga Road, hamuna shida yote sehemu hiyo. Ukiona chochote unaona unafaa kutuambia ili niweze kuambia watu, let me know and I'll definitely sort you out. All right, it's time for the paper check. I'm looking at the front page of the Standard, and there's a familiar face here. We're just having a conversation about this gentleman with City, actually, as we were taking coffee in the morning. And we were just saying that this guy is a survivor. We're talking about Gevi, EACC, and NYS. So, let's read about this. A fresh 6.2 billion NYS payout has reopened one of Kenya's most enduring corruption riddles and placed the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in the dock. Court filings seen by the Standard show that EACC once helped clear most of the very claims it now calls fictitious. Okay. Before rushing to court to stop payment. At the center is Benson Ben Gethi Wangoi, a convicted forger, acquitted NYS suspect and self-declared billionaire. Long named in parliamentary probes as the operational brain behind the looting of public funds. As the state waivers, billions hang in the balance and accountability once again slips away. This story is on page 4 of the Standard. Getting over to the Daily Nation, executive impunity. President Ruto promised his administration would comply with court orders, vowing a break from his predecessor's rule, but his government now stands accused of violating judicial decrees, with petitions targeting defiant ministers. The president has previously waged a war against the judiciary, while state officials continue to disregard court orders. This story is on page 4 and 5. Some of the folks mentioned in this executive impunity include none other than the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Environment CS Deborah Barasa, Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, Interior PS Raymond Omolo, Defense Permanent Principal Secretary Patrick Mariro, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja, DIG of Police Gilbert Masengeli, NEMA Director General Mamo Boru, KRA Customs Commissioner Lilian Nyawanda, and KRA Commissioner General Humphrey Watanga. SHA medical cover bias hits patients. SHA medical cover bias hits patients. Same diagnosis, different pay. Interference by powerful figures in Social Health Authority allocation packages has led to preferential treatment for certain Kenyans, creating a growing discrepancy in healthcare access. Now, the nation has established that many patients, particularly those without connections to influential figures, find themselves disadvantaged, receiving lower package approvals compared to those who can make a phone call and secure higher authorization. This story is on page 2. Where? Gachagua party pursues coalition pact with Uhuru. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua party has ratified a plan for this year's activities, including forging a partnership with former President Uhuru Kenyatta. That is what is on the Daily Nation and the Standard this morning. City, over to you.
I want to look at the East African, and I want to look at some interesting details. One, Samia's promise to Tanzanian public, national coalition underway, could end with new Katiba. This is the story on page 2. At 82, Tanzanian granny fulfills her dream to earn a PhD. Lovely, 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 lovely stuff. Kenya now seeks another Eurobond. New debt is meant to ease cash flow constraints amid falling revenues, rising temperature pressures, the Treasury says. Ports, politics, power. UAE in Horn of Africa. Mogadishu's cancellation of Emirati port deal with Somaliland exposes Abu Dhabi's marine power game in the region. This is the story on page 8 and 9. Uganda's Minority Report election. Bo. This is an opinion column by Charles Onyango Bo. It's on page 13. Money. Government moves to mop up cash in banks. The plan by Kenya is to put state cash in single account. This isn't a new story. We've had it before. It was criticized resoundingly, and the government had the reasons for why they did it. They gave their reason, and many people question that reason. This debate is an ongoing one.
Yeah. Markets.
New COMESA rules for mergers. Regulator demands mandatory alerts for deals over millions $60. Okay? 60 before it's below 60. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Above notification.
Yeah.
Outlook. Global humanitarian crisis to watch. From Sahel to Iran, Juba to Eritrea, it will be a tough year. Okay? Now, in the news, all manner of interesting things have happened. A gentleman called Samuel Eto'o. Samuel Eto'o.
Yeah.
You know Samuel Eto'o.
Yes, I know Samuel Eto'o.
Yes.
Footballer.
Yes. But he's also the Cameroon Football Federation president.
Yes, he
okay?
is.
He, CAF, has imposed a $20,000 fine and a 4-game ban for him. Why? Because he misbehaved during his team's loss to Morocco in the Africa Cup of Nations. What on earth did he do that constituted misbehavior? I don't know. Abel Amrouche. In his position for just under a year, the Algerian, who doubles up as Rwandan national football coach, was dismissed by the Rwandan Football Federation for contractual violations. Yoon Suk Yeol. In a first verdict, South Korean impeached president will be jailed for 5 years over abuse of power, obstructing justice, and falsifying documents in relation to his failed martial law bid in 2024. Okay. Julio Iglesias. You see, this one I know.
Julio Iglesias.
Imeandikwa Julio vizuri sana.
Lakini umesema Julio.
Yeah, because yo nimejua.
Iglesias.
Before, I knew his name was Julio, which I knew began with an H.
Right.
Until I saw the spelling. Katika santuri yake.
Right.
Sema, kumbe, Julio, pronounce Julio.
Na unajua mtoto wake ni nani?
Maradona.
No. He has a son who's also a famous musician.
Oh.
Enrique Iglesias.
Enrique.
Ule ameimba I will be your hero, baby.
I know that song.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Alimba.
Right. Nimejaribu kuimba kama I realize.
No, actually, no, you didn't do too badly. At least.
No, I was trying to do the way, the way he does is he does it in a romantic voice, and the way he sings is like he doesn't want to sing. I will be your hero, baby. You know what? Just continue.
Mzee. Unahitaji usaidizi.
Anaimanga ni kama anakufa.
Ama anauma na tumbo. The Spanish superstar has denied allegations of sexual assault made by 2 female former employees who alleged he normalized abuse. Was in shida. Haki mazi ukienda ngambo. Hata usismailia dem.
Yeah.
Inaweza kuletea shida.
I have a relative who was deported.
You might smile and that's referred to as sexual abuse. Akismile unaangalia kando.
Yeah. I have a relative who was deported because of these kinds of things. Yeah.
What did he do?
So apparently he solicited for these services from a Twilight girl. So the guy arrived in the US on Friday. On Sunday tulikuwa tunamchukua airport. He solicited for these services, right?
And this was not a Twilight girl. It was a police person.
No. He actually got. They went back to the house.
To the establishment.
Mahali walikuwa nafaa kufanya hii mambo.
Services were procured
then
adequately.
Yes, but he was a bit too. How he was used to doing things in Kenya.
Bro, tuache hapo.
Yeah.
Okay. In a cohesive, threatening and violent environment. Wacha.
Okay.
It's
a wrap.
Mark Brnovich, Arizona's top law enforcement officer, when the state became the epicenter of efforts by President Donald Trump and his allies to find proof that the 2020 election was marred by fraud. This guy has died. I'm a
dead.
Right. Dead. Quizar.
Yeah.
Somalia and African Union forces killed 30 Shabab militants in Lower Shabelle region. Brits want the body of Kane released from Kenya. Okay? South Sudan hosts over 600,000 refugees. That's UN. Oh, they do. Oh, yeah. Sudan has issues.
Yes.
So the Sudanese are coming to South Sudan.
Right.
South Sudan has issues. So South Sudanese are coming to Kenya.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a ripple effect.
I've got it. Kenyan arrested in Arusha on bank robbery claims. What? This one I have to read. Police in Arusha are holding a Kenyan on allegations of breaking into a bank. What? The regional police office said in a statement that on Thursday, that Dennis Augusta, 28, a resident of Nairobi, was arrested on suspicion of breaking into and unlawfully entering Azania Bank, Namanga Branch, Arusha Region. Police Commander Justin Masejo said, and at the time of his arrest, the suspect was found with Tanzanian currencies. This story to me doesn't make sense at all. So if you're found with Tanzanian currency in Tanzania and you're a Kenyan, you broke it into a bank.
Yeah.
That information is inadequate.
Of course it is. Before we get deep into any other conversation, there's one here that is really inanisumbua kidogo, acha niiseme.
It has a way conscience.
It's about Uganda. And Uganda's army chief, who's also the son of the president. This is what he said yesterday. So first of all, about 22 people were killed during the election in Uganda, from what I understand, from what I can read from credible news sources, including from General Muhoozi himself, the son of President Museveni. So this is what he tweeted. He said, "We have killed 22 NUP terrorists since last week. I am praying the 23rd is Kabobi. Personally, I am embarrassed by our record. 22 killed in 1 week is too low. I promise to do better." As for Kabobi, the permanent loser, I am giving him exactly 48 hours to surrender himself to the police. If he doesn't, we will treat him as an outlaw / rebel and handle him accordingly. I exonerate my great and venerable father from what I am from what I am going to do to Kabobi. This is, for me, this is very scary. I don't know, Siti, what you think. Can you imagine our own KDF chief, Charles Kahariri, saying that he is looking for, let me choose a random individual called Kevin Gubugubu, who is a presidential candidate, who was a presidential candidate in the last election, and saying that, Kevin Gubugubu, wherever you are, surrender to the police in 48 hours, or we shall do ABCD to you.
It's absolutely scary. I've never really understood this beyond the scaremongering tactics and trying to intimidate the opposition as much as possible. What I haven't understood, to what end?
I don't know.
I've never really understood this.
But my biggest problem is how his father is okay with this. I cannot imagine our own President Ruto being okay with things that perhaps his own son would be saying about killing other people, and he's just okay with that. We have, business as usual in our country.
Is this the worst thing Muhoozi has said?
I don't know, but from where I sit, it could be the worst I have seen.
Some of the things that Muhoozi says, he's the one who brings the utterances of Trump closer to home. You wonder, what on earth is this for? Because yes, it will hit the headlines.
Yeah.
But is it necessary? Is it really necessary?
I do not know how the millions of Ugandans every day wake up to this and they just...
These things have a tendency of not ending well. That's the problem. There is no rule that survives a millennium. There is no rule that survives a century.
Yeah.
Very few rules survive even half a century. So I honestly do not understand. Because Yoweri Museveni, for the longest of time, in my mind, was one of the sanest, soberest, most clear-minded leaders one could think of. And I've seen them morphing over time, and I'm wondering, to what end?
Yeah. I saw Bobby Wine tweeting something where he said, in regards to the election, he was like, that time he said, the widespread malpractice has been witnessed, or stuffing of ballot papers and so on and so forth. And I saw his fellow Ugandans, I don't know whether they were bloggers, because kuna kwanga na history ya government bloggers who've been paid to just shut down whatever opposition is saying. So I could see his fellow Ugandans saying that, cry baby, you keep on complaining after every loss. And I was like, okay, I mean, you see, at the end of the day, this is someone who's invested time, money, and other kinds of resources to ensure that, first of all, he is on the ballot. Then, when I remember the campaign period, some of the clips we've been getting from Uganda, him being tear gassed, him being arrested, him being whipped for just exercising what I consider is his constitutional right in that country. And I see such tweets, people telling him that, you're a crybaby, kazi yako tu ni kucomplain, and I'm paraphrasing here, kazi yako ni kucomplain after every loss. And then I see comments like this where someone actually, and this is the chief of the army saying, personally, I am embarrassed by our record. 22 killed in 1 week is too low. I promise to do better. And then he goes on to say, as for Kabobi, the permanent loser, I am giving him 48 hours to surrender himself to the police. If he doesn't, we will treat him as an outlaw. We have killed 22 NUP terrorists since last week. I am praying the 23rd is Kabobi. This is an MP elected by the people. And you're saying that you hope to kill him. Hey,
there are utterances that have a tendency of catching up with people. At the time you say them, I don't know, whatever reason you have for saying it, you may think it is appropriate, it is whatever.
Yeah.
They have a tendency of bouncing back. We had a gentleman in this country who indeed did lose the presidential election several times, but we had similar sentiments being directed at him as well.
Yeah.
But then you're a loser, blah, blah, blah. And people say things. My friend, the things you say, those are the things that will judge you. Forget what people say. The things you say. Yes.
Yani kuna mtu hapa amesema SS Sebunya, under that tweet where I'm praying the 23rd is Kabobi, SS Sebunya has said, more criminals should be neutralized. Kabobi is a legitimate target since he declared himself a rebel.
There are those who, whenever there is a government, will support the government. And there are those in support of the government will make utterances you wish they would think before they utter.
Yeah.
It is not specific, and it is not the privilege and priority of only one person. In this very country, we have people who say things which make you wonder, now, what are you talking about, man?
Mr. Jordan, responding to the same Twitter, said, kill more Afande. We can't live with terrorists. No weapon formed against the people's NRM government shall prosper.
Those are clearly NRM supporters, but NRM is not the only political party in Uganda. We hasten to remind them, we had a party in this country called KANU that everyone who lived in the time knew could never be dislodged. It was dislodged.
Yeah. Anyway, that is that.
The wind of change is with us. Tanzania, with their CCM, are facing similar winds. Okay? And the utterances by their president, more calming, more reassuring, and a departure from the negativity that came about and the narrative where many people died during an electoral process. Yes.
Is it possible that, sometimes I've seen families whereby the children are defiant. They're very defiant, whereby yani hata mzazi hawezi mwambia kitu, hata akijaribu kuambiwa kitu anaongelesha mzazi vibaya. I've been in such situations where I cringe and I look at this person, I'm thinking, how can you talk to your father like that? My father would kill. I would kill myself before I talk to my father like that. You understand?
Well, it's how you're brought up.
So when I see people in those families behaving that way,
it is how you are brought up. This is not complicated.
Yes. So when I see such kinds of things, I'm asking, are we probably witnessing such a situation whereby
heshima bwana si tuasema si utumwa,
whereby hata President Museveni kidogo anaangalia jamaa anasema huyu hata nikimwambia sikiangi sasa.
I wouldn't know. But ni mtoto wako.
Anyway, my mom wouldn't allow me to write such kinds of stuff on social media.
It is how you were brought up. Did this man need to be promoted to be head of the military? No, he did not need to be promoted, but he was promoted. Did he need to be head of the presidential guard? Not necessarily, but he was head of the presidential guard. Those are details we read of. I can't even begin to tell you I understand it.
Right.
But there it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are things I can't even write on social media. My mom will be on my case, and not just my mom. My aunties, my uncles, like everyone will be on my case.
Again, it is how you were brought up.
Tapigiwa simu niulizwe, are you okay? Kuna kitu nimeona umeandika hapo Facebook, I make sense what I do.
Ndio uliandika hiyo kitu, wanaanza hivyo. Ati ndio. Oh, are you okay? Once you're okay, then they land on you.
Tell you, delete it. No, delete it. Delete it first and then let's talk. Hey, help me raise funds to take up my spot at Alliance High School. John Mwalili still keeps the admission letter carefully folded in a small metal box at their modest home in Kware, Nairobi, as if afraid that too much handling might cause the dream it carries to slip away. The 15-year-old, a former pupil at Zao School in Athi-River, Machakos County, is among the brightest students in the first cohort to sit the grade 9 national examinations under the competency-based education. Yesterday I was watching the news and I saw this young girl, a grade 9 student, now grade 10. She took herself to a school. Peke yake, wearing the uniform of the former grade 9 school she was in. She didn't have her father, she didn't have her mother, she didn't have an uncle, she didn't have a guardian. She just walked to this school. I'm forgetting which school it was. I think it was Kapsabet. Could be wrong on this, but she walked to this school and went straight to the principal's office.
That's good for her.
Young girl this tall. She walked in there and she went to the principal. Of course, principal's office iko wapi? Akaambiwa ndio ile pale, enda. Kaenda. Na akaambia principal, mimi nataka kusomea hapa. Na principal akamwambia, you know what? For being brave, I will admit you. Na akaambiwa, but for me to admit you, you need a guardian to be with you through the process. Akaambiwa rudi nyumbani ulete mtu. And because I watched the interview, she said the father is where, the mother is where, so they couldn't leave the market or whatever hassle it is that they had to come and help in the admission. So she went to her former school, took her class teacher, na akaambia class teacher, nimetoka ile shule, nimeambiwa nilete mtu, wazazi hawako karibu, ni wewe ndio utaenda kuniadmit. And the teacher went with her and she got admitted. Today morning she's in class.
The head teacher. I recall once,
yes,
we had somebody who called, was listening to the show I worked in, and they said they had a problem. They had a daughter who had done very well, had been admitted, didn't have fees.
Yeah.
Told her, come and tell your story. Kenyans are wonderful people.
Yes.
This lady told her story. They came with a daughter.
Yes.
We interviewed the daughter and her. Then we said, guys, why don't we just ask our listeners to send money? We asked her, what is your number? Okay, give us the school details. What is the school details pay bill number? We told people, please send to this pay bill, send us the details of the sending to this. That girl's fees was paid for the whole year within a space of 10 minutes.
Wow. Isn't that something?
And we said we want the results at the end of the first term. We were sent pictures when she had, but they sent money for uniform, books,
Yani that girl was sorted.
We sent the pictures, we posted the pictures that people could see. Kenyans are wonderful people.
Yeah. They are wonderful people.
10 minutes.
Kama kuna kitu naweza patia Kenyans credit for, hiyo nao ni hiyo.
Hiyo
nao tick 150%. Proud of them for that.
Mazi wanaitika haraka. One moment you're making the call, unasikia ding 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 ding.
See what Eric Omondi does through his Sisi kwa Sisi initiative. He just highlights a situation and he says patieni mama pesa, ama patieni mzee pesa, ama patieni kijana pesa. And within minutes they need to register a new phone line because the first one we're talking about minutes. We're talking about before the end of the news with Winnie Maganga. They need to register a new number. That is the spirit of that is Kenyaism for you.
That a few times we've had this fundraising because there are people who have hunger. But we always surpass the target.
Yes.
Kenyans.
I remember the first time I saw that was Kenyans for Kenyans.
Oh, yes.
Kenyans, continue being the awesome people that you are. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Trans Nzoia County have arrested 6 suspected gang members linked to a series of robberies in Endebess area. The suspects, believed to be part of a gang known as Kapenguria 6, have been terrorizing residents of Kaishaber, Nabeki, Cherubai and nearby villages. According to the DCI, police recovered a military jungle belt, a beret and 3 pangas during the arrest. The 6 suspects are now in custody and will be taken to court. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has assured contractors working on the Isiolo-Mandera road that the government has put in place strong security to allow work to continue without disruption. Murkomen said the state is committed to protecting key infrastructure projects, especially in areas with past security challenges. He added that the Isiolo-Mandera road will boost development, improve transport and promote national unity.
We want to assure also the contractors, whom we will still also meet them this Thursday, that the security situation along that road is well contained, and our security teams working together are going to deliver this project by supporting the contractors to do their work. I must say that just as we've shown here by coming here together with CSO IPAN, that spirit must be projected.
The Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya has warned the public against sharing or commenting on private photos and videos without consent, saying it is illegal and violates human rights. In a statement, FIDA Kenya chairperson Christine Kongo said the organization is concerned about videos involving 2 individuals that are circulating widely on social media. She said sharing such content without consent violates privacy, dignity and bodily autonomy and can lead to criminal and civil charges. Head of Public Service Felix Kosgei has praised the pace of development across the country, saying the impact is visible to Kenyans on the ground. Speaking in Vihiga County, Kosgei said President William Ruto has a clear vision for national transformation and should be given a second term to fully implement his development agenda.
Ili serikali iendelee vile PS amesema hapa, ilete stima, ilete maji, ilete mambo kama hiyo ya maendeleo. We have to be serious as a country. We have to be serious as citizens.
Safaricom CEO Peter Ndegwa has told MPs that he wasn't involved in share price discussions involving the telco giant. Ndegwa told the lawmakers on Monday that when 2 shareholders are having a transaction, one leaves it to them to determine how they want to conclude. He was appearing before the parliamentary committees on finance, national planning, public debt and privatization to discuss the government's planned partial sale of its stake in Safaricom.
It was a decision between the 2 shareholders to come up with the price of 34, and we would be happy to give you any further information that you might require. But I should say the company in no way has been involved and should not be involved in a shareholder transaction, because we are the subject of the actual sale of shares. so we would not necessarily be involved. We do have our own view about how the company should be valued, and we communicate with investors because it's a listed business.
The U.S. Justice Department has said it is investigating protesters who disrupted a Sunday service at a Minnesota church because they believe a pastor there works for immigration and customs enforcement. Video showed protesters inside the church chanting "ICE out" and "Justice for Renee Good," the woman killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis earlier this month. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. Our guest is currently on his way, and as he does that, tutamgoja tu. Lakini kuna salams lazima tuzipeane. Kwa mfano, kuna jamaa anaitwa John Gugi. Good morning, Radio Generation crew. Happy to be here. Jana, YouTube, yeah, John Gugi. There was a connection issue, but it was sorted. Yeah, I hope sasa hauna shida yote ya streaming. Dr. Hosea Kwech amesema, tuning in from South Carolina. I look forward to the day you guys will give us a proverb from the Western Hemisphere. City, hii ni swali kwako. Utatupatia ya Western Hemisphere lini?
Ndafanya nini?
A proverb from the Western Hemisphere.
Uzunguni?
Kule kwa wazungu kule. Kwa kina Donald Trump, kwa kina Keir Starmer.
It's ngumu sana. All they need to do is declare that they belong to the African continent. That's all.
Right. You can't give us a German proverb?
I can, but I prefer to give the African proverbs.
Yeah.
I'm highlighting my continent, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Wao si wako na watu wao?
Yeah.
So wako na ready talk show kwao?
Wako nazo.
Basi waseme proverbs zao huko.
But
if there's a specific request and there's a specific country that somebody loves or likes for one reason or the other in that particular hemisphere,
right,
mention it.
But
I'll find a proverb and I will highlight it.
Dr. Kwech being from South Carolina,
Dr. Kwech who lives in South Carolina.
Yes. Mtafutie moja ya US. Mtafutie moja.
Hizo ziko nyingi.
Hata kama si leo. Tamtafutia tu moja. Kesho utamtafutia
Kesho.
Sawa sawa. John Guge amesema Kenya are hilarious. Kenyans are hilarious. Someone opened his own police station. Someone also imitated Uhuru Kenyatta and conned some CEO 10 million. I mean, I know we are good at some of these things, Lakini, how do you even get to a point whereby you impersonate the president?
Well, they did it through a phone call. This is the president calling, and I think he was very good at imitating.
Yeah.
And the person at the other end was convinced.
How do you imitate the president, Mazi? So this person spoke like the president. Who can I do? You tell me if I can do a nice President Ruto, imitation. Chanyone kama itatoka. Good morning, my friend. Anything?
That's a President Ruto imitation.
Yes. I want to see if I can make a phone call and call someone and they send me 10 million.
Urgently. That particular voice that you just used won't even get you a shilling.
Nothing. Let me try again. Sasa ninataka kukuambia kitu, my friend. Yo.
2 bob.
Because you see, I'm even... It will give me 2 bob, So we're getting there,
We moved from 0 to 2.
Okay, the last one. Let me see if I can hit at least 500,000. Ninataka uweke mikakati ndio nikikwambia utume hiyo pesa unatuma haraka. Tunasikizana, tunaelewana ndugu yangu?
The 2 bob is lost.
Oh, man.
It's gone back to 0 again.
Let me see if I can do a Professor Kindik. No, I can't. No, I can't. That doesn't itakuwa ngumu. Aya, who in the government can I do a Wetangula and see if I can get someone to send me 500,000? No? All right. So asa nataka kuambia kitu moja CT. Nitumia 10 million.
You sound like you're imitating yourself. And that one, you've done a very good job of imitating yourself. It's good. Good, Paul.
I'm done.
Let me help. I've actually looked up
Yes.
as an African-American proverb.
Right.
By a gentleman, famously stated by a gentleman called Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass qualifies as having been a very serious freedom fighter.
Yes.
Okay? In the US of A.
Uh-huh.
If there is no struggle, there is no progress.
If there is no struggle, there is no progress.
Yes.
Okay.
Frederick Douglass. Sawa.
Ati Frederick Douglass alikuwa fanya nini huko?
Freedom fighter.
Freedom fighter.
Yes.
Huo ndio maumaua huko.
Alikuwa mmoja wao, lakini he was more Nkrumah type. Mazungumzo nini? Self-motivation, power, nini.
He was not.
He preceded people like Martin Luther.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
But Martin Luther alikuwa pastor.
Yeah.
So his messages were not like those of Malcolm X, who says, I know, greeting his friends, and I know I have some my enemies. Lazima taje hiyo. Yeah, na yeye alikuwa anasema mazee hakuna unacheza na kupiga unangoa meno. Yes. Different message.
Yes. I remember Malcolm X was he was like, we need the blacks to have their own state or states.
He was very,
and the whites to be in their own states.
Your own businesses. And the thing is this, Malcolm X morphed with time from an absolute radical who wanted nothing to do with white people, went on a pilgrimage, met many people he considered white. The guy even came to Kenya, just so that you know.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He went back. He morphed. He was a guy who would look, change, see it, understand it. He slowly moved away from the radicalism. And then he slowly moved away from the church of the spiritual leader he followed called Elijah Muhammad.
From the Nation of Islam.
Yes, exactly. And over time, and there are those who argue that it is certain differences that in that particular manner that then brought about his death. But it exemplifies a struggle and what it is that the struggle brings about. So when you see the results of the struggle, there are people who've paid for it.
Yeah. Yep.
And these are people who paid for it. Yes.
Okay. Good year. Gypsy Kora amesema high radio generation, Kenyans stealing abroad. Evans Onyancha amesema good morning City and well Evans, good morning to you too. Alafu good year amerudi hapa amesema City is sticking with the African countries. All right.
But we've accommodated our friend because if a colleague, a friend, a listener makes a request, you subscribe to that request.
Yeah.
And you try and fulfill it.
Na ameniambia Timbuvi, your Ruto's impression is 1 pence. Guy, hata vali City alinipatia 2 bob. So at least yani yangu ni peni moja Hai, sasa basi. Ningejaribu kufanya ya Dr. Alfred Mutua lakini jamaa anaweza nitafuta bwana, acha nisijaribu. Why grade 10 students are not learning. Now, this is on page 3 of the Daily Nation, and this is what they're saying. It's a story written by David Mushui and Masi Mwende. Despite the Teachers Service Commission expressing confidence on the readiness of teachers to handle grade 10 learners, schools have revealed a myriad of challenges. TSC Acting CEO Evelyn Mitei previously said the commission has retooled 30,000 teachers to handle different pathways in senior school. However, several teachers who spoke to the Nation cited non-existent facilities and learning tools and a lack of clarity coupled with delayed delivery of 10 textbooks as major challenges. Some schools reported having difficulties in developing a timetable for different pathways, and according to a principal of a school in Meru County, they are grappling with how to align the grade 10 lessons to those of Form 3 and Form 4 learners. Mr. Martin Gitonga, a teacher at Materi Girls Center and the school's competency-based education champion, said they had invested in internal training to fill the gaps. So, CT, the title of this particular story is Why Grade 10 Students Are Not Learning Yet. I want to ask something. Do you think this would have happened in the Western Hemisphere? This kind of problem, if they were transitioning from one system to another?
No.
They would have foreseen.
Start with just the level of public participation that would have been had. That goes beyond the public participation. That now enters the realm of a referendum.
Yes.
For you to do such a thing. Now, once you've had that referendum, because if you're changing the education system of a country, you are actually transforming, for good or for bad, the future generations of that particular country. Because the education system represents precisely that. So no, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
No.
Because I'm looking at some of these problems and I'm like, this is beyond teething problems now.
It is not a teething problem, because the problems that you're speaking of now started when the 844 was put in place.
Yes.
There were inadequate teachers. There were inadequate classrooms.
Right.
There were inadequate labs. There were inadequate specific teachers to teach the science that was required. There were very many shortfalls. Okay, it's as simple as that. So when you now talk about the learning and people have finished an exam, the very place where the grade 10 was to be nestled was a debate for a long time. Do you have junior primary, junior secondary school in a primary school, secondary school? The answer to that question in my mind was really very simple.
Yeah.
The facilities that you require for that learning were to be found in secondary schools. But for some reason, some people supposedly determined that the end of that debate was that they would take them to primary school, and I wondered why. The Ministry of Education is a bloody mess.
Yeah.
It is a bloody mess. We can talk back and forth and complain about the influences and about the what, but the end result of that entire discussion is it is a mess. And the people who are getting the short end of the stick are the young learners and their parents.
This is quite sad.
It is tragic, really. It is tragic.
Actually, yes, the word there is tragic, because I was actually having a conversation with some of my colleagues in the office, and I said that because of this mess that we are in as far as this education system is concerned, kuna mahali kutakuwa na gap ya until we fix it. So I don't know how long it will take to fix it. So if it takes us 5 years to fix it, 10 years to fix it, there will be a 10-year gap where tutakuwa, and I'm trying not to be indelicate here, but tutakuwa na watoto wajinga, or a generation ya wajinga, because of the mess we have put them in.
Watakuwa na upungufu fulani.
Yes. Upungufu wa masomo.
Yes.
Watakosa
fulani ya masomo itakosekana kabisa.
So if we take 10 years to fix this problem, there will be a 10-year gap where we shall have children who have got issues to do with critical thinking, problem-solving skills. Bro,
there were a bunch of people whose reasoning I fail to understand completely, who were genuinely pushing the idea that maths should not be taught at this stage. The very things you mention, it is maths that generates that in your brain. Maths is logic. Logic is a subset of philosophy. So when you want someone to understand and to be able to understand the very concept of stimulus response, something happens, you interpret it, you understand it, you analyze it. Maths does that for you. So when someone tells you want to remove maths, you ask them, what on earth do you think you are saying? And what on earth do you think you're going to achieve? There's some really... Anyway.
Yeah. Tutakuwa na gap flani hapo, and I hope we just sort this thing as soon as possible.
You know, I am an educator.
Yes.
I am not an emotional person, but when we talk about the issues of education, I do get emotional, because I know, I can see what the outcome is going to be, and I can see it with clarity. I taught for 19 years. 19 years is a long time. I was a head teacher for 6 years. It is also a long time.
There are people who are 19 right now and their parents.
Yes. So I have a fairly clear idea of what the learning process does to the mind of a young person. Okay? When there's this amount of confusion, you are transferring that confusion to the mind of this particular group of individuals.
Yeah.
And it's right across the country. Then the tragedy, and what makes it worse, is that there are schools who were well prepared.
Yes.
And many of these schools tend to be the schools that very few people in the country can actually reach. So there are some who will not be as disadvantaged as you were saying.
Yes.
The vast majority will, though.
Yeah.
So if there's a disparity, what we've done is we've fueled it. It's going to grow. You'll suddenly find that there's a gap in your learning. So when it comes to you getting to the next stage where you want to go for higher learning, you want to join a TVET or you want to join a university, you'll find that there's some people who already have an advantage over you. Not because you are incapable in and of yourself, but it's because the opportunities that would make you attain the requisite grades to move to the next stage was denied you because of this confusion.
Yeah.
Now that's an even bigger tragedy.
Yeah.
So you are pre-excluding people, citizens of this country, an opportunity to actually achieve whatever potential it is that was God given to them, simply because of a certain carelessness, in some cases an injection of greed, a lack of adequate forethought in implementation, a mess that needn't have been a mess to begin with. It didn't need to be. But here we are. It is a mess.
Yeah.
And the people who started this were people in the Huru era. This is their baby.
I mean, 844 ilikuwa tu sawa bana.
844 began well. It had hiccups.
Yeah.
It even pretended and attempted a certain pilot. It didn't go very far. As it was envisioned, when you looked at the details, I taught within that system. You could see what they were trying to do. But again, the resources to fulfill the absolute mandate of the 844 was never allocated. But the outcome we can see. Look at Kenyans who've gone through the 844 system and the sort of people they are. If you look at what it is that they do, judge them when they go abroad. Man, those people excel. So you realize this 844 system, despite all the criticism that we had at the time when it started, didn't turn out as badly as we think. So the question is it the system or is it the resilience of this individual you call a Kenyan?
I think it's the resilience.
My very thoughts. And over time, those who are charged with the duty of educating these young people also embraced it and decided they were going to make sure it works.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I said, we need to fix it soon. Otherwise, we shall have a gap of just idiots in the streets of Nairobi and the world and Kenya, basically.
Engaging a young mind in the best way possible brings about such enormous benefits. Why do you think there are countries where people are constantly innovating? They're always coming up with their own homegrown solutions. Because those minds have been prepared through the educational system to be able to function at a certain optimum capacity. Ours, we're telling people to function at a diminished capacity.
You know, when growing up, I was being told that, children in Japan or children in China, they can, but children, not at the, when I say children, I mean in the lower primary. They are taught how to make watches and, just put together small electronics. And I actually thought it was a joke until I saw it now with the advent of YouTube. I actually saw it on YouTube. Young children, we're talking about children who are below 10 years old, assembling watches, assembling other small electronic gadgets from phones to whatever. Computers.
Classrooms where they're taught to cook, they're taught to sew, they're children.
So nikaona hiyo, na nikasema hii kitu ikuanga stories za jaba kumbe. And then we wonder why those Asian countries, they're the ones who are manufacturing everything for us. Things that we can even make here in Kenya.
You don't even hear much noise in those countries. The things they're doing. When you hear noise, they want to jail a former president.
City, do you know the number of smartwatches we're buying right now? Smart Bluetooth devices, whether it's a speaker, whether it's all these things that people are using to do blogging, to the cameras they're using in the streets of Nairobi, the microphones they're using in the streets of Nairobi, all those things, City, are coming from China. And we are buying them at literally throwaway prices. Today, City, if you want to get a microphone for less than 500 shillings, you will get.
Microphone,
This one, the ones that you can put on your shirt, the lapels, the handheld ones, the small Bluetooth ones that are almost the size of a thumb or less, a button. Sorry, those things are being manufactured there. Why? It is because the culture there, because of constant innovation, they have now gotten to a point whereby they are giving us solutions to the things that we want to do, such that we don't even have the space to innovate, in my opinion. We are clapping when we see someone from Kakamega akijaribu kutengeneza helicopter or a drone, and we clap and we're like, wow, awesome, amazing. And it is awesome and amazing, yes. I'm not saying that is something useless or bad, but that one is already been done by a standard 4 student in China.
That person from Karatina who flew a plane for a minute or two.
Yes. Yeah.
The Wright brothers,
yes.
What gave them fame? Their plane flew also
seconds.
The same.
Yeah.
Yes. That's it. But they didn't stop there. As we stop there. Yes.
I remember some few years back we would hear of these brilliant boys who would make their own communication system or their own radio stations where they broadcast to their community. So wherever it is they are in their village, they broadcast probably a kilometer within their village, and they are clapped for. And when you look at some of the things the radio station they have put together, rudimentary stuff tu. Mtu alichukua radio ya baba yake ya kitambo iliharibika, akaenda kwa neighbors juu akachukua nini ifanyi kazi, akaenda fulani akashuka akashikanisha tu kikitu hapo na akaanza kubroadcast, and then we clap for them. I do not even know where those people are today. Yet again, standard 2, the equivalent of a standard 2 child in China, in Japan, that is what they do as practicals.
When you have a leadership that is deliberate, that's what you have. When you are faced on a daily basis with individuals who are charged with the responsibility of making sure such things happen, and the things you hear happening within that ministry, it is thievery, larceny of the highest possible order.
Yes.
The same funds that you hear being misappropriated are the same funds that are supposed to make these things happen. So once those funds go, these things will not happen. They will not.
Yeah.
I am of the view that this colossal budget we have for education, a good portion of it never goes to education.
For sure.
If that money went into education, but the education in this country, high, would be the envy of our neighbors to a degree that would be embarrassing, perhaps. It doesn't. It doesn't, because the reflection of people who work in some of these key sectors, and when you get recent information, you find that even people who are head teachers and people who actually are charged with the duty of ensuring that young minds get educated, they themselves also have their schemes by which they also want to pilfer and get involved in some of these schemes. Now, if that is the charge and that is the focus, how on earth can learning be a priority? How?
We talk about being we want to be like the Asian tigers, and that's a good thing.
We don't. No, we don't. We don't want to be like the Asian tigers.
We say it at the very least.
About
wanting to be like
the Asian tigers.
But deep down we don't want.
No, if you do, we will see what the intentions will be manifest in your activities, and so we will know that indeed we are taking the steps.
Yeah.
The rule of law is the fundamental basis on which these economies exist. Do you see this so-called rule of law that we can speak of? Dan, how are you? Good.
Karibu sana. Our guest has arrived. Yeah, but as he settles in, you know, when I look at the situation that when I look at our country and the situation that it is in, for example, something as simple as not having a toilet for some communities, for some neighborhoods in this city of ours, Nairobi city. Kuna watu hapa Nairobi hawana choo tu. It just makes me ask myself, where the hell are we going? If we cannot take care of fundamentals such as choo, mahali wa mama wanaweza enda kujisaidia, mahali watoto wanaweza enda kujisaidia, hiyo tu city. Yesterday when we were having a conversation with Wanja Maina of Jubilee Party, she told us that people sometimes, these students living with disability are unable, even in the schools they attend, they're unable to go to the toilets because the toilets do not accommodate them. And I ask myself, you know me, the way I have freedom to go to the washroom at any point I want, and the ease at which I do it with, then I imagine someone else cannot do that because of the disability that they have. And I'm like, what?
The budget for education caters also for learners who have other abilities or are disabled, as we call them. But does that money get to them? The certain basic things that somebody who has a disability would need to access just normal facilities that the ones we have come into a building. Building codes. Something like a ramp for somebody who needs a wheelchair. Something like a rail that you hold as you're walking up if you need it.
Yeah.
Next to the stairs, a ramp next to the fundamentals. If you don't see them, it means that concern remains a theory and a discussion. And that's just about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy, man. It is crazy. But anyway, like I said, if we do not take care of those fundamentals, then we are just jumping in the dark. There's nothing we're doing, in my opinion. But I hope within the coming years, perhaps that will change. In this particular hour, the conversation is about Kenya Airways, aka KQ, and what it will take to rescue it. And who best to have this conversation than former KQ manager, cargo and revenue capacity, Dan Okwiri. Dan, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you.
Morning to you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just telling CT here several things to do with our education system. I don't know if you got a chance to listen to it, but I was just telling him the mess we're witnessing currently might take time to clean up. I don't know what you think about that.
Well, that's not my field, but I ask myself, why doing new things? We inherited the British system,
right?
Which taught arts, things like music, technical subjects, and it was working for us. Why would you destroy something that works for something new?
Sure.
If countries like Britain are using it and are successful,
yeah,
and Uganda is using it, like nowadays when our students are going to Europe for studies, they have issues because of the systems we use is different from what the rest are using.
Right.
So you find like Uganda, people who do things like nursing in Uganda, Nigeria has doctors in the UK.
Right.
Kenya can hardly get their doctors to work in the UK. Why? Because we're using different systems. So we need to look at ourselves and say, what is the international system of education?
Right.
How do we fit in and correlate with? Because we're not isolated. So every now and again we have a new system coming up, more expenditure. I'm a chairman of a school called Abuao.
Abuao.
Yes.
All right.
It's a rural school in Migori. And here we are. We have some technical subjects, right?
Right.
There's no money for those technical machines in Abuao because we don't have the money. But the ministry has come up with so many requirements in terms of carpentry, the technical and all that. But there's no money for these things. No teachers who can teach these things.
Right.
So how are we going to implement something? Because changing a system is not something, it's like buying an aircraft. You don't plan to buy an aircraft today. Huh?
Yeah.
And you buy an aircraft, you have to look at it at least 2-3 years in advance.
Right.
Because it comes with so many things. So education and aviation is the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not something you do on the go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of aviation, you were a manager at KQ. I remember growing up in the early 90s and I would see these documentaries on different TV stations talking about the way KQ is a pride of Africa. But nowadays that is just the motto that KQ uses. But I feel like it's no longer the pride of Africa. What happened to KQ?
I think before we start talking about what's happened to KQ, let's start with its history.
Right.
Because I don't jump the gun. I start from.
All right.
So now I want to take you back to the old KQ. I joined KQ in the mid-80s. And KQ worked in a very different way from it works now. We had an apprentice system. You come, you're an engineer, put that in the bin. You're assigned to people who know, who have had industry experience, and I'd actually be serving tea. I'd be sitting with meetings, who have worked for 20 years, listening to what's going on,
right,
taking notes. the way the military works, because aviation started from the military. So everything that happens in the military is what aviation does, including ranks of captains, operational stuff. It's actually a military. Everything in aviation started from the military.
Okay.
It's a very military-centric system. So you did that for some time. And things were way worse than what it is now.
Is that so?
100%. I always tell people that KQ can be fixed. The problem with Kenya today is that people running aviation are not aviators. How many people on the board of KQ are aviators? If you look at KCA, KA, the same problem persists. You cannot get a baker to make decisions worth billions of dollars. Now, how much does a Dreamliner cost?
I wouldn't know.
Between 160 million to 250 million dollars.
Okay.
This is yes.
Dollars.
I'm not talking
shillings.
I'm not talking shillings. If you translate that to shillings, it's probably about
several billions.
25, 30, 26 billion shillings.
Okay.
That's an aircraft. Yeah, I'm not talking about parts or anything else. So we need to get aviators running the industry, because it has a lot of policy issues. Yeah, because it's all interrelated. KA, KCA, KQ. KQ is the anchor carrier for JKIA. It gives. It used to give. I don't know if it's giving any money anymore, because KQ doesn't have any money. But it used to generate at least 60 to 70% of the revenue of KA. KA is the tenant of the airport. KC is the regulatory authority running aviation.
Right.
Now, the money, 60 to 70% of the earnings of KA is from KQ.
Right.
So if KQ is down, KA is down.
For sure.
And KC is down because it earns its money in navigation fees, right?
Right.
So it's an interrelated industry. So it's not just a matter of building a new airport. Building an airport without fixing KQ is a total waste of time. It has to start with KQ. Yes.
So basically what you're saying is that I've had policy issue, for sure.
Yes.
I've also had management, the people within management. And I don't know, when you said you cannot put a baker, did you mean that we have literal bakers within the management of KQ? Or was that just, metaphorical?
It's metaphorical, but take this way. We have guys with PhDs. That doesn't count for Jack in an airline. What you need is someone with aviation experience. I'm not talking about masters, PhDs, and all those paper qualifications.
Right.
I'm talking about raw industry experience. If you go to airlines like Ethiopia, who runs Ethiopian Airlines?
I don't know.
People who have been in aviation or retirees who are in the board.
Okay.
KQ doesn't have any of that. So how do they know the technical issues? Because an airline is a very technical industry.
Yes.
So it needs people with technical experience. And that's one of the main issues of KQ. That's KQ is facing.
There is, you mentioned Kenya Civil Aviation.
Yes.
Okay. What did you say they do?
Kenya Civil Aviation is basically, it has many roles. One of them is
regulatory.
Regulatory.
Yes.
It also decides things like buses, bilateral airline agreements. Whereby if you want to fly into an airline, into a country, there are traffic rights: first freedom, second, third, fourth, fifth freedom. I won't want to bog you into all those.
There's a reason why. In fact, what you said is adequate, Dan.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's nice to see you, Dan.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Harry. I've not seen you in a long time.
It's very, very nice to see you.
Yeah.
Why I ask is, a board of management is precisely a board that is supposed to help manage that particular industry. If you look at Kenya Airports Authority, if you look at KQ, if you look at KCA, I'm going to what you said. How many people do you find on that board who actually have aviation knowledge and experience?
Almost zero.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're talking about hard aviation experience, zero. If you go to KLM, I've worked internationally in aviation.
Yeah.
Yeah? Aviation has been my the only thing I know is aviation, to be honest.
It's your mainstay. It's
my mainstay.
It's what you've done.
Yeah. I was
as a
at
career, yes.
KQ, the government under Moi days in 1985.
Right.
We're the team who were taken to the UK. I've got master's degrees in, I was in Cranfield, one of the best aviation colleges in the world. Been trained at Boeing, you name it, we've been there. IATA, everything, the works, have done it. But you look at it today and sit down and look at, and there are very many, I'm not here to
blow your own trumpet.
Blow my own trumpet. But there's so many guys out here who are the best in Africa, and I can tell you that for a fact. We have people like Jimmy Kibati, people like Ruihu, but none of these people are in the helm of aviation, and these are the people who made KQ
what it is.
And I purposely, I think I jumped the gun because I wanted to talk from the earlier days to understand where KQ, what went wrong. So let me like push you back a little. When I joined Kenya Airways, it was government owned. We operated 707s, 727s.
Very noisy planes.
Very noisy planes. And I remember that in them days, Dubai was a small airport compared to JKA. Would you believe it?
Really?
100%. KQ, we had about 12, 13 aircrafts. 10, yeah. But, we did, Dubai, for instance, was small. Emirates was...
This is now the 80s, yeah?
I'm talking 80s, mid-80s. Late 80s. Yeah? Way thinking. And we had issues. But we worked differently. I remember a day when Ndegwa became chairman. He didn't want to be chairman. He was a banker. And the first thing he said, I was in a room like this.
Yes.
And he said, my friend, I'm a banker. I know nothing about this industry, and I won't even pretend to know this thing. This is the deal. What I can get is money. I can get the funding.
Yes.
And you guys in this room, this was the management team. You know your stuff. Now, here it is. I will triple your salaries. Because that time we were earning peanuts, completely peanuts. And in exchange, he took a loan for that. This is what I want. I want an ROI of this much. It's up to you guys.
To make sure that happens.
I'll come to the office 3 times in a week to sign any check. And if you don't make it, Quisha. That's what Philip did. I'll never forget that particular day.
Yeah.
I got 2-year salary bonus. But let me tell you, my brother, he left it to us.
Yeah.
No interference. My friends, we worked. So we sat down, looked at the business of the airline. What is an airline supposed to do? Number one, as an airline, you have to have the right number of aircrafts.
Okay.
Understand?
Yeah.
Doing the right routes at the right
time,
right cost.
Okay.
Listen to what I'm saying. Right cost, right routes, right timings, and then you have to have. That's what I'm going to touch later. There's some issues that I'm going to poke into.
Okay.
And when Dr. Harry called me, it was about the issue of in the nation.
Right.
And we're talking about you have to have you keep money aside.
Yes.
Because an aircraft is like a human being, At a certain point, you start getting sick. And you need to invest in your body. So an aircraft will have certain number of checks as it ages.
Right, just like a vehicle.
Yes.
Maintenance.
A, B, C, D. A check, B check, C and D check. And it gets more expensive to do these checks. Okay. So you have to put money aside. So you have to have the right funding cycle structure to ensure that within its life, there is enough funds to get this aircraft to keep it flying. I want to tell you something. Any aircraft, any airline, where you see aircrafts parked, like I see in JKI today, is losing money. You don't have to tell me. The first thing I look at, I go to an airport, see aircrafts parked, it's losing money. An aircraft that doesn't fly to UK, miss you one flight, you've lost 20 million shillings. One day, like this.
20 million?
20 million shillings, one London flight.
Right.
I did it for years. Now, when you see an airline with many aircrafts parked, it means it has low utilization rates. Remember I said something about the cost of an aircraft?
Yes.
$250 million for one Dreamliner. That's money you've tied. And remember, it's being financed. If you lease a Dreamliner, you're going to pay $1 million a month.
What?
Now, yes. Now, you ask me where KQ losing money, I can tell you at a flash. Number one, it's aircrafts on the ground. And there are major issues here. If you go to KQ's financials, Right now I'm retired. I'm in Migori, so I don't have that much time to peruse some of this whatever.
Yeah.
But I do know you can't teach an old
Dog new tricks.
and old dog new tricks. Tricks.
Mm-hmm.
How much? Now there's there's been this issue of aircrafts on the ground. What's the real reason about it? What's the real reason? Does KQ ever tell you why those aircrafts are on the ground?
Well, if I'm to go by what was documented in the papers, this was actually the standard that came up with this. The key thing they mentioned was spare parts, which means they're not being serviced as they should. So the question is, why are they not being serviced?
Let me touch on that. And that's where things stink. Remember I talked about A check, B check, and
Yes.
C and D check.
Right.
The most expensive check in an aircraft is the D check.
What's the D-check?
D check, in terms of it's a check whereby it's done after 8 to 10 years, where you strip the whole aircraft down, strip it apart
Completely.
completely, and
Okay.
replace parts, even engine parts, and even the engine itself. So it is so expensive, and a D check will cost for a Dreamliner around 3 billion shillings.
That's
Now-
like buying a new plane.
No, bang, a new trend is I've talked about
250, yeah.
3-4 billion shillings, depending on what is
What has been replaced?
What's been replaced.
Okay.
Now let's get into the let's knife this steak properly. Now, if you look at it, if to get to a D check, the aircraft has flown between 8 and 10 years, and has done over at least 24,000 hours of flying. So whichever comes first is when the check is due.
Okay.
Now, it means that you have to prepare for a D check. Now, what does airline accounting demand? That you put money in a maintenance escrow account. Maintenance escrow account. Not really the way KQ does it, putting provisions, accounting provisions. I believe KQ is around 3 billion for that, which is peanuts for its fleet.
Yeah, because if that is the amount it costs to do one plane, and it has several of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's after a long period of time. It's
Yes.
not as though it's done every other day.
Yeah, but remember, look at when the KQ aircrafts came, more or less roughly at the same time. So here we have all these checks,
Yeah.
D checks, that have to be done on the Dreamliners. Are you getting what I'm saying here?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I want to explain to you why KQ is grounded. Now, putting money in an accounting reserve, you put a provision for the 3 billion, doesn't mean the money is there in cash. It probably isn't there in cash. It could be there in the books, but it's not there
In cash.
I'll challenge you to see if KQ has that money in cash. Now, an airline that does things per industry standard, which KQ isn't doing, would put it on a maintenance escrow account, which is with a third party, right? And release it, which means that money is going to be released to you under certain conditions. Understand? Now, looking at KQ's fleet, KQ needs about 20 billion shillings to do its D checks for its Dreamliners. Does it have the cash?
From how you're saying this, it means it doesn't.
So that is where the stink lies, my brother. That's where the stink lies.
And
the
that's why
D-check.
we have those planes grounded.
That's why the planes are grounded. Now, if KQ should have been prudent, each CEO that has been there,
Yes.
were they putting that money aside for the D checks? Because that's what Ethiopian Airlines does. It follows industry standards. And that's the thing we did. When we operated KQ back in time, we put money aside for the checks. Our aircraft are not grounded. Why now?
Not a single one.
I worked in KQ for 25 years, my brother.
Not a single one.
Tell me a day where a D check takes 1.5 months.
Okay.
Maybe on a Dreamliner.
Right.
Probably 1.5 months. But we never had aircraft grounded. Why now? What is different?
Okay.
And I want to tell you that conditions then were much tougher than they are now. The only problem that we have now is that people do not understand how to get the airline back on its feet. That's where the problem lies. There are certain buttons you touch in an airline that gets it back on its feet. It is possible. That's what I can tell you for free.
So what can they do now to ensure that they get back on their feet?
Now,
and how long would it take?
This is my take. Number one, there's that 20 billion shillings needed to repair those aircraft. The truth, the money isn't there. When KQ was declaring the 5 billion profit, I wonder, Did they take into account maintenance reserves? You declare this, but have you been allocating this money? Because this is something to get the 20 billion in 10 years. Remember I told you a DCHA is done after 8 to 10 years.
Yes.
Were they putting money aside for that? No. So to get KQN back, the first thing you need to do is to get, you know what I said, right number of aircrafts for your traffic.
Yes. Then the routes.
Remember what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm going to go back there all the time. Now, did they do it? No. So number one, you have to get KQ back on its feet. You have to get those aircrafts working.
Off the ground, yes.
And here's some ridiculous things that are taking place. Number one, instead of repairing its existing aircraft, they're going on to hire new ones, right?
And the planes they're hiring are old planes.
Yes.
They're hiring Boeing. Old. It's what was in the papers.
I think the MAX.
Yes.
Yeah.
That MAX had a problem.
It had a problem in Ethiopia. The aircraft went down.
It had a problem in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Yes, it didn't have a problem in one place. And there was a time they even withdrew some of that specific plane because there's a problem it seemed to have that...
They were not getting,
no,
not understanding.
As the CEO lost his job because apparently the problem had been noted and had been stated. But nobody did anything about it.
It was overlooked.
Well, it was ignored. Then you said the right planes, right routes.
Right costs. Remember, everything I've said here, to fix KQ, you need to address the issues. Right aircraft. Right number of aircrafts. Right costs. Right, you get my point.
Now, let me just walk through this.
If you go through all what I'm talking about systematically, that's where lies the center of KQ's. When I talked about the funding of this, of the maintenance, those are essentially where KQ has issues. And of course, governance issues. Governance is a problem in KQ, which we never had.
Then
governance.
You worked in cargo.
Yes.
It is you who actually made me understand the importance of cargo in an airline business. Did we ever buy a cargo plane?
That was the biggest. That's one of the things that KQ never did right. If you look at Ethiopian financials, 35% of its revenue comes from what?
Cargo?
100%. Let's move here next. Which is one of the biggest cargo markets in the world? Which one?
Flowers.
Which country has the biggest market of cargo in the world?
Is it Kenya?
100%. We're one of the biggest markets. Every week, we have 50 freighters. 747.
These are
400.
These are cargo planes.
Cargo planes.
Specifically built for cargo.
Cargo dedicated planes, my brother. What does KQ do? It relies on belly hold cargo. Now, belly hold cargo will give, if it's a Dreamliner, we're talking about 15, 20 tons. If it's bulky cargo. So KQ has never had dedicated cargo planes. And that is a strategy that ET... Africans don't fly to places for we are not tourists.
Yes.
When you guys fly to China, they're business people.
Right.
So you find the Nigerians fly to Guangzhou. So when they're coming back with their cargo, mobile phones, clothes.
Yeah.
They want it moved. But KQ cannot move the stuff. Understand? Cannot move the stuff. So because it doesn't have the cargo capacity which ET has. So KQ has always treated cargo as a sideshow.
Yeah.
Or as a side chick. Here's the main wife, Huyu, and a party Yeah, Mabaki. So that's the problem. To get KQ back in its feet, one of the things they need to look at is cargo. Nairobi does like 5,000-6,000 tons a week of cargo. Perishables, flowers, horticulture. So Addis doesn't. So Addis are here taking our market. Taking our
market.
Our market. Now, if KQ combine the right wide body, KQ has a narrow body 2-3 retired aircraft.
Right.
They've converted into cargo. But a retired aircraft will never be as good as an aircraft built for cargo. And they're small capacity. Little birds. They can do about 15 tons. Okay. 737s.
Right.
Yeah. I'm talking about real cargo, serious business. Flying wide body.
Yes.
intercontinental, because this cargo it goes into supermarkets in the UK, like Tesco's. Yeah? We have little factories in the JKA. Stuff goes to JK. We have little factories in there, VegPro and Group.
Yes.
And this is they make them into salads and all that. They're packed straight into. I was part of that for many years.
Okay.
It lands in Heathrow, straight into. That's a logistical chain in there.
Yeah, okay.
So KQ has a very limited capacity, and that's one of the reasons it cannot grow. Now, touching back to KQ. I'm very passionate about KQ. I can speak here all day about KQ.
Sure.
So
Why not?
I think you called in the wrong person. Quite frankly.
We called in the right person.
Yeah.
Yes.
KQ cannot grow. Why? Because its aircraft number is actually going down.
When you say it cannot grow, you're saying it with such finality as though it's cast in stone.
How many aircraft does KQ have on ground? It's not certain, because sometimes you talk about 3 Dreamliners. The newspaper article talked about 11.
Yeah.
Now I want to ask you a question. That's about 24 aircraft.
Okay.
On his fleet. How many did we have when I left KQ in 2010? We had almost 40. So,
what?
Yes.
So where did the other 16 go to?
They've been. You know what happens. I talked about. There's an issue here. It's a very interesting issue. I left KQ in 2010.
Okay.
2010 I left KQ.
All right.
Now, what happened after leaving, many things happened in KQ. We had Project Mawingo, which to me was a good idea, but its implementation was all wrong. Why it's good? Ethiopian Airlines did it, but they implemented it properly. There was a lot of cloud around Project Mawingo. There was Airbus, and there was Boeing, who were trying to sell us aircraft. I was part of the business case of Project Mawingo.
Okay.
And every time you say this, there were too many interests around it. So we delayed. Yeah? Between people fronting for Boeing, others were fronting for Airbus, and Boeing said, forget about this. You guys seem to have too many interests.
Yeah.
You can make your conclusions what that means. What does Boeing do? Walk to our neighbors.
Yes.
Ethiopian Airlines. This is under Naikuni's time, when the real mess of KQ began. I'll say it loudly. People won't want to talk about this, but I speak things as they are.
All right.
I'm an honest man, and I say things as they are. That's when the problems of KQ, we had his strategy of growth was right, but his implementation was all wrong. And the management issues, the HR issues, managing people was not his fault. So many people were coming to KQ without any aviation experience. You had bankers who are running our operations departments. What do you expect? And many of those people are the ones running KQ today.
Yeah.
So what do you expect? They didn't go through the system. So the decision making in KQ up to today is faulty. I can challenge anyone to challenge anything I say here, because I know what I'm talking about. No one will in KQ.
When you say Titus, Naikuni is where the issues began. Of course, you've mentioned HR issues. You've mentioned management issues. But you've said you said something was right, but the implementation was wrong. The plan was right, but the implementation was wrong.
Yes.
Is that what you meant?
Yes.
What was his plan initially? What was his plan? Actually, not initially, but what was the plan?
KQ was growing fast at the particular point. So I said growth was there. But it was heavily. It was something that we were taking heavy debt. When Naikuni came in, we had billions in our account. KQ was cash rich, but we started horrendous a whole lot of horrendous expenditure.
Such as?
We built the Pride Center. The cost of it had issues.
Yep.
Some said on the road reserve. You know what I'm talking about. KQ started having ridiculous salaries.
Is this when we bought the Embraers?
Now that's another issue. Embraers also coming in. Remember I told you about right type of aircraft?
Yes.
Now you're touching on every issue that I'm talking about. because embryos were not fit to fly in our system. Why they came and they were pushed in,
It's a different. That's another story.
another story. Remember, everything I said, how do you fix KQ? You go through the issues I'm talking about. Checklist, do this, and decision and issue tree, sort them out one by one, and you fix it. And many of them are not even financial related.
Let me ask something on HR. When you said, because you said the hiring process, the individuals that were being hired were not necessarily aviators. Is it because HR didn't know? Because I'd assume when you're advertising a job or when you're hiring someone, you're looking for someone with specific attributes. So their education has got to be in line with whatever you're hiring them for. The experience they have should be in line with whatever you're hiring them for. Is it that HR didn't understand that these were the requirements, or did HR just say, you know what, screw this, this is what we're going for?
That's exactly what you're saying. I remember I talked about an apprentice system. You join KQ, used to be run right through the departments, used to have a training school. KQ worked in a certain way, but things changed. So you had here a new team earning super salaries,
All right.
and another team earning lower salaries who were technically more qualified, because these guys came in with high salaries. So there was a rift within KQ.
There was a disparity.
And many people left. Around 2010, most of the old staff, were not really old by then anyway, but they left because of all these issues. Now here our aircrafts are coming in. We have people who don't have the expertise to handle the incoming aircraft because it requires certain knowledge. It wasn't there. Now, one of the things that I want to talk about now is aircraft deployment or even aircraft purchase. When you buy an aircraft, there's a rule of 4 that you look at, which KQ hasn't been doing. Ask any old staff, they'll tell you. The first thing before you put an aircraft, it's like a bus. And I want to put it in simple terms. The first thing you need to look at is the load factor. Load factor means if it's 100 seat, within a certain, the percentage of the aircraft that you need to fill so that it makes
Profit.
It makes profit.
Or breaks even.
It breaks even.
Yes.
Yeah. So you find if a route doesn't have at least 85% load factor, you don't operate it.
85%.
Yes, some routes, yes.
Okay.
That's one. So what? Some 70 to depend on the yields. Yields means the fares.
Okay.
In simple terms, that's what you look at. That's the first rule. Second rule: if cargo does not pay for the fuel, you don't operate that route.
It. Yeah.
Cargo should pay for
The fuel.
For instance, London Dreamliner takes 50,000 kilos of fuel. Airline is big money, but my brother.
Yes.
50,000
Kilos
Yes.
of fuel.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. It burns an aircraft will burn like 5 tons. 5 tons in an hour, if I'm not wrong. If I remember, I mean, I've been in the village for some time, but I think my mind is not. So we're talking about 50,000, over $60,000 to get to fly one. How much is $60,000
Yeah.
of petrol?
Right.
Let me call it jet aviation fuel. Let me just call it petrol to make it simple.
Yeah, that's about 7.8 million.
That means that on that aircraft, you have to have cargo worth that pays you that. So if you find that you're operating you now bringing an aircraft like an Embraer,
Yeah.
what Dr. touched on, which can, because of its
Capacity?
It's narrow-bodied. It's
narrow-body, yes.
Yes, but it's even
no,
the
it's
passenger
built.
capacity
It's
is limited.
built. It can't carry cargo. So do you expect it to make any money? Because I told you the rules. Number one, load factor. Second one I told you was the cargo has to pay for its fuel.
Yes.
Next.
We're still on the rule of 4.
Yes.
All right. So we've done 2.
Done 2. The next thing is if you can't operate a daily frequency on that route, it means the area that route doesn't have traffic.
Okay.
Understand?
Did KQ ever have a problem with traffic? Did we ever have a problem with people who want to board our airlines?
We don't have a problem with traffic. And I'm going to touch that. And as a part of this, one of the questions you asked about is how do you get KQ back on his feet? JKA is a natural hub. Its position is perfect. God gave us that. It's when an aircraft comes from London to Johannesburg, Addis, if you look in the map, is skewed to one side. Nairobi is straight. So fuel burn, an aircraft can actually stop without burning more fuel,
Right.
and go to Johannesburg. We are blessed. Addis is very, very high, so it means the uplifts are poorer than JKA. Secondly, if you look at we have airways. Can I tell you something interesting?
Please do.
You know, birds are the greatest aviators.
They are actually, yes.
You know why? Every year they migrate. And
following the Earth's magnetic field.
Yes, and they migrate within a path. And the path they take from London to Nairobi is always the same. And what does a bird do? It has an experienced person in the front, which has flown before. What do the rest do? They follow it. The way aviators are supposed to work. So they're following and learning. That's how industry started. I'm just going to, you understand it?
Yes.
So that's what we are taught. So that it's always in the front. The other one will take over a little bit. You're out in the front. That's how they flew. And they fly on the path of the least resistance. And whereby the winds are pushing it.
Yes.
So what did airlines do? What we did, we adapted the same path that
birds do.
We use the less fuel. You end up using less fuel. Understand?
So you have more tailwinds than headwinds.
Exactly. So aviation, the aviators of those, they said, hey, these birds are flying. How do they manage staying up there for 8 hours? That's the reason. Because birds, we learn from the birds. When the new aircrafts came, like the ones with winglets, birds have winglets. We didn't notice that until recently. That's why we started building planes with
the winglets. Yes.
Because they use less fuel.
Yeah.
So birds, if you copy what the birds do and apply their principles in the way we work in aviation, you'll make money. I know it sounds off, it's metaphoric, but everything I'm saying is real. Now, like people are like birds, human beings. They move in sea zones. You know that?
Yes.
You find people go to America in a certain month. There's a religious traffic that moves for Diwali a certain month. Mecca a certain month. People visit the kids a certain month. So what does that have? Those are called traffic flows. So when you went to buy an aircraft or to do your schedule, what people don't understand, an airline business is not about the smiling boys and girls serving you food on the aircraft. No. The product of an airline is its schedule. Schedule. One of the things that KQ needs to fix again is its
schedule.
It's all wrong. Because the timings cannot allow it to feed into itself. That's one thing we did right when back in the day. Feeding, connectivity.
Right.
So it only has 2 banks. Because aircrafts come in the morning, it's distributed to Africa. It has 2 banks. But ET has 4 banks.
Yeah.
During the day. So it is constantly feeding and defeeding itself. Aircrafts come at the same time, connect. KQ only has 2 banks. The fourth thing I'll talk about, I talked about frequency. The more frequencies you put, the more traffic you get. I'll ask you a question. If you're taking a bus to Migori, where I live, would you take? I came with the Galaxy Nissan from Migori yesterday.
Right.
They have. Would you take a Nissan which operates twice a week, or one which does 3 times daily?
Dan, there's something. This is most unfortunate, but we have to stop our conversation now because we have another one. I know you came from Migori specifically for this one. Maybe we give you too early a time. Can I ask you to come back again and give you a better time? Because 1 hour isn't enough for this conversation. And yet we have a guest we have to bring in now.
Okay.
Can I ask you to come next week? Can you and I talk about it?
That'll be expensive for me, my brother.
No. That's why I said, can you and I talk about it?
Okay.
You and I can talk about it.
Okay.
So, yes.
We definitely, because what you're saying, I'm getting to understand a lot about aviation. I thought I knew, but now I'm actually not understand. I'm getting to get a new perspective, especially on issues to do with cargo and the routes. I just thought one day an airline decides, you know what, we'll do Addis Ababa, we'll do Johannesburg, and so on.
Dan, we've never had this conversation anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's not a conversation we want to rush.
Okay.
So, you and I are going to talk, and we will plan, and it will work. Okay?
For sure. No, we are on air.
No, we're on air.
We're on air.
No, we're on air. We're on air. Our listeners need to understand why it is I'm cutting short this video. Okay. So I'm explaining it.
Yeah.
But we thank you for coming. We now need to take a picture with you as we bring in our next guest.
Yes, and so many questions coming in. For example, I can see Muhammad Murunga, Samson Boko, Violet Movie. My mom is today. She has decided to text. Yeah, so my mom is there having questions about KQ and so many other folks. Unfortunately, this is where we have to come to a stop as far as this conversation with Dan Okwiri is concerned. But Siti amesema he will make sure that next week he is back here. Of course, tutaangalia schedule yake tuone venye tunaweza mleta. Right now, though, we're taking a short break. When we do return, we are going to be having a conversation with an Honorable Nderitu Mureithi. He is the chairman of Kenya Revenue Authority. Don't go too far. We will be right back.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or the intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 12 minutes past 8 o'clock. A big shout out to everyone who's tuned in. City, my mom today has decided to chat with us.
What?
No, she has said that Dan Okwiri, among others, should be appointed to the board of governors of KQ. Yeah, which is actually true. And then we do have Mohammed Murunga, for example, has said, here we harass and arrest youngsters who come up with innovations. Mohammed, kumekuwa na hiyo shida. Boniface Mwangi actually at one point did say that being a youth in this country is a crime.
It's a health hazard.
It's a health hazard, yes. Samson Abok. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Our guest has arrived.
No, it's that why is it a hazard?
A hazard.
You know, there's an intolerance that Africans in leadership have towards anything that is contrary to what they themselves believe to be the truth. And the people who are foolhardy enough to say what they think in the open tend to be young people. So yes. So when you are vocal as a young person, depending on who it is you are directing a conversation to, that conversation can actually constitute a health hazard. Yes.
Wow. I have a slightly nuance. And just new. You know, there is a, shall I say, a tradition, and this is the difference between critique and criticizing. Critique disagrees with a viewpoint and provides perhaps a better or alternative viewpoint. A critic might simply say, hiyo sio mzuri.
Actually, they put it better. They say, "Hiyo ni bure."
Hiyo ni bure.
Yes.
So I think that in the African context, that's where the issue is.
Yeah.
That very often, and it is so easy to say hiyo ni bure. It is so easy to criticize, but much harder to actually conceive of something and promote that idea. So I think what perhaps older people react to is that it's okay to disagree, but perhaps offer an alternative. It's not sufficient to simply say hiyo ni bure.
Actually, when you're criticizing, it is like what Mheshimiwa is saying. It's actually good to always provide an alternative.
But Excellency, people need to be. This is something you have to teach.
Yes.
Because when you use the word tradition, tradition in an African setting placed a young person in a position where their primary purpose was to listen.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You contribute, yes.
But you listen first.
But on cue also. Meaning,
usiongee wazee wakiongea.
Tafadhali.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
A very good morning to you. In studio, we do have Honorable Nderitu Mureithi. He is an economist and he is the chairman, Kenya Revenue Authority. The conversation today is about attaining a first world economic status. And if that indeed is the Kenyan pathway. We have actually had that conversation, Mheshimiwa, here. I think it was the first hour, about the pathway that Kenya is taking towards being a better economy than it is today. One of the things that has come up is the issue to do with education, for instance. We're witnessing a couple of problems as far as CBE is concerned. We're just learning about grade 10 learners, who are unable to go to school. Others do not have the fees, and so on and so forth. Do you think that we are on the right path as far as that is concerned, or these are just teething problems that in a foreseeable future will be taken care of?
Allow me to start by saying that if you look at all countries that have made the transformation to high income status, so-called first world, and perhaps CT will help us with definitions, because so that we are talking about the same thing.
Yes.
But all countries that have attained high income status have invested very heavily in education.
Yes.
Because in the end, growing the economy is about productivity, and generally, the more education people have, the more likely for them to be productive.
Right.
So if you look at, say, things like literacy, all countries that have been able to achieve high income status are those ones that have achieved generally about 100% literacy. Then you can go deeper and say which kind of literacy. So it's not just about reading and writing.
Yes.
Then you'll find that all those economies are economies that have been able to above 70% transition to tertiary education. Again, it's about productivity at the personal level and the role of education in doing that. So although Kenya is not yet there, in my view, and by the way, every 5 to 10 years, we are always trying to rethink education.
Okay.
Firstly, can we get it to everybody? And then secondly, of what nature is it? Is it appropriate, and so on and so on?
Yes.
And this question of the CBC or competency-based
education,
it's about what do you really teach people or young people, and does it give them the necessary skill set or competency to be able to be productive?
Okay.
And I think we it is work in progress, but certainly Kenya has done better than most countries in thinking through education.
Right.
I would say the latest efforts probably go back 15 years ago,
okay,
or slightly longer, maybe 20 years ago, when free primary
Education
came about.
President Kibaki.
President Kibaki time. That brings in a very large portion of basically children who are not making it to school at all.
Yeah.
Then you see a general push, therefore, to expand, where people are arguing about what is stopping. At that time, it was class 7.
Yes.
What is blocking the transition between primary and secondary school?
Yeah.
And in those days, there were all kinds of things, including fees, as you've mentioned. And you see efforts by government at that time. Now we are transitioning to Uhuru government to remove the fees that people used to pay for exams and things like that, and whatever, in some effort to see how do you actually afford secondary education.
Yeah.
Again, going back 20 years ago, you see a push to expand university education. And basically where we are roughly is that every county should have a university. And every constituency should have a technical training institute.
Okay.
And basically every ward should have a vocational training center. And we are, again, I would say 70-80% there. Not all counties have universities.
Okay.
But by far the majority have. You may have 2, 3, maybe 5 counties that don't yet have a university in them. Some counties, of course, have several universities. And I would say something like maybe 200, 220 out of the 290 constituencies have a technical training institute. And by the way, of those technical training institutes, you'll find about 30 where you can find the most sophisticated machining tools. Kind of world-class machining tools. Now, machining tools are computerized lathe machines.
All right.
So that you can cut precision pieces. You know, when you make if you make a machine, that particularly that is moving,
right,
it has to be very precise. And quite a number, by my last count, and that was a few years ago, 30 of them had those kinds of tools. So, work in progress.
Yeah.
70-80% there.
Well, there's something our previous guest, Dan Okwiri, former manager with KQ, has said, because I asked him that same issue of education, and he was like, the system that we had, which is 844, is more or less something similar to what was introduced by our colonial masters back in the day. And it has just, even if it changed, it just changed a little bit. Because I know someone like CT has been telling me the way he did, was it CPE? Or even a previous
CPE,
one?
I actually am a classroom teacher.
Yes.
I'm an educator who taught in that old system as well as the 844 system.
Right.
Yes,
and
so
what I got from Dan is he was saying that system wasn't necessarily broken, so we didn't need to fix it. He was for the idea, even if something needs to be changed, because obviously things change with time, just tweak it a little bit, but still maintain it as the 844 that it was. And it got me thinking, because worldwide, they are using a similar system, and now we're even the professionals that are graduating or will graduate from this current system might not fit globally in the career spaces. I don't know what you think about that,
Paul. That 844 system in its original format had very many components that you now find in CBC,
right?
But all these changes often require a certain degree of funding. Our education funding is fantastic. The question has always been, does all the funding that is allocated to education end up where it should end up? Because it's a lot of money that we put aside for education. Believe me, it is a lot of money. And I am doubtful as to whether it goes where it should go. That is my personal view.
And, well, okay. I grew up at the time when it was CPE.
Right.
In primary school.
Okay.
And the debate at that time was whether really we were giving young learners the correct foundation. Because, people argue in let me use big English. Pedagogy of
it's a good word.
Pedagogy of education.
Right.
That, okay, numeracy. Language skills. And then you have to, maybe you can even think about science type skills. And the real question always is, are we laying that particular foundation.
Okay.
Now, people would ask questions, certainly me, when I went to secondary school.
Right.
People would ask questions like, a Form 2 student at that time, or even a Form 4 student, what can they make something?
Okay.
Can you make something?
Yeah.
And you will recall, I don't know, or I want to, not that you recall, but what I want to say is that if in those days, for example, secondary schools would have workshops, where young, people would go to learn certain skills, particularly to be able to make things.
So things like metalwork,
carpentry, woodwork,
Yeah.
and so on. And all of that is an idea of, are we laying the right foundation? So my own personal take is that I accept education must continuously change to be in tune with the times. In my day with CT, computers were mainframes.
Entire buildings.
Yeah, and there was even only, I think, one at the University of Nairobi.
Yeah.
And the programming was COBOL. It's completely unimaginable, I can tell you.
Yeah.
But today, the computer is in the phone.
Imagine that.
This phone has more computing power, probably, than the mainframe that was at the University of Nairobi.
Actually, it does.
Yeah. So, education does have to evolve. So, to me, it's a good thing that we continuously debate education and check that it is relevant for the time and perhaps even more futuristic.
Right.
That the person who is going, say, to grade 10 today, by the time they are going into the workplace, what skill set can we imagine them to have?
And you've actually gone where I was going, because it is with our education system that we can ensure that we can secure our economic future.
Correct.
Because these students, we say that they are the future of any country. So they're the same people who are going to get into their professional careers and help bring money into the economy by either innovation, working, and so on and so forth.
Still, some foundational knowledge, like say engineering.
Yes.
You can say, well, what kind of engineering will the person in grade 10 do? Still, some fundamental things of physics, of engineering, will remain the same. E equals MC squared doesn't change.
It will never change.
But how you apply it is what is changing. And that, in my view, is what. So we want, we no longer expect you to use a slide rule. I know young people will ask CT and I, what are you all these talking about? A slide rule was what you used to understand cosines and things like that. It was before calculators. You used the slide rule.
Right.
Today, we don't even really quite expect you to use a handheld calculator. You use your phone, or it is on your
computer.
Right. Nonetheless, the foundation, of calculus, for example.
Yes.
Those things do not change. It is the way they are applied that changes. So if you ask me, and I'm not an educator, I'm an observer, I would say that you need to ensure always that the foundation is there. So although we don't expect you to use a slide rule, those rules that are contained in that thing called a slide rule, which are the rules of physics, and the rules of algebra, the rules of calculus, they will always be there. I would hope we lay that foundation, and then we apply it to the modern and then futuristic world.
Okay, yeah. Because when I look at some of these countries that we would like to be like, the Asian tigers, and even some of the part of the Western world, when I look at the education system, I feel like it's on point. We're talking about countries like Japan, we're talking about China, we're talking about places like Germany, the way they do their things, and they've obviously fine-tuned them. And if you look at even Germany, they've fine-tuned it over a period of time, so they have that advantage over us.
Indeed, but Germany, for example, was very much an 844 kind of
system.
In fact, 844 came out of a commission called Mackay Commission that had been set up by President Moi.
Yes, it was the Mackay Commission.
And they looked at Germany, they looked at Canada and so on. And that's how we went to 844.
Okay.
Again, going back to this question of criticizing and critique, there was some connected thinking even back then.
Okay.
It didn't work, but it was there. The leadership at that time is saying, can we industrialize? Okay? And they say we are going to industrialize.
Yeah.
So how can we tweak education so that we industrialize? And then they say, well, what practical steps can we do? That is how the numerical machining complex, which is a really big manufacturing, heavy engineering workshop just around the corner here at the railways, was born. And the attempt to make a car, again, it didn't succeed. 1 or 2 units were made. It was called Nyayo Pioneer, but we were not able to transition into proper heavy manufacturing. Those machines that were bought, and were bought in 1989, 1990, that's a long time ago. By the way, the story goes that the CIA objected to why President Moi was buying those machines, because they are so you can make anything.
Actually, that was the point.
Yeah.
It went beyond the manufacturing of vehicles.
Yeah.
What you could do with that equipment. And Malaysia, who began their process of the so-called their own car, it's called a Proton.
Yes.
They manufacture them to date. You even see some of them on the Kenyan road. So what was started was possible.
It was possible. And you see, we are still having that debate today.
Yeah.
If you look at the arguments we are having, there are those who say it is not possible for us to become first world. And for me, I said perhaps City will tell us the definitions. But me, I think when I'm saying Singapore, or high or first world, what I mean is per capita income of $14,000 and above. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Because some people are taking this argument very literally, as though we will paint the whole place and make the same buildings and it will look exactly like Singapore. Come on, guys, it's not like that. It's a way of thinking.
Yeah.
It's a way of thinking.
Yeah.
It's a way of example. So me, when I'm saying Singapore, what I'm saying is high income.
All right.
But the reason why I always use you as an example is because when you do this work we do, you tend to study very many things. One of them is we study our counties and the leadership that counties have and the plan. The future we speak of is actually embedded in the education system that we have created to take us there. So that it's a build-up from the time somebody is in probably ECD, primary. You have understood that this is what we'd like to see, and we are building these Kenyans to be able to fit into this thing that we have seen. And you keep improving on it because as you realize the changes that may come about. But there is the fundamental understanding of what needs to be done to be able to get people to understand that they can change, number one, their livelihoods can change, their economic well-being can change, and that they can be different just at the level of where they're at. Because once they see that initial change, everything else that seems futuristic is a lot easier to understand.
Absolutely.
Because they've seen, and education does it. Our history is replete with it. People went to school in the colonial era. How did we understand education was good? The person came and built their parents' house with a corrugated iron sheet. That is a big thing. If you gave them time, they bought a bicycle. It was a big thing.
Yeah.
Some bought a motorbike. It was a really big thing. With time, somebody bought a car. Now you realize.
It was a really.
Yes. Now this education is not a bad thing. You could see the changes. In this day and age, the principle hasn't changed really. So how do you start it? The national talk is the national talk. I get that one, but the county system was created so that we take this thing we refer to as development,
right,
and we take it to where we live,
right down. So an infrastructure, had to be created to get people to understand that. Forget this national government discussion right here, where we are. these things that we do, how do we translate this so that it actually becomes productive and becomes profitable for you, so that your life changes exactly where you don't have to move to go somewhere else. You are exactly where you are. Every county provides that opportunity because every county is unique, and it has properties and it has capacities that are unique to itself, and these capacities can be enhanced so that it benefits them and the people in other counties who don't have them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Mheshimiwa, we sat here with the deputy governor for Mandera County last week, and there's something he pointed out, and it kind of saddened me and got me confused at the same time. So this is what he told us, the DG. He said that a lot of the monies that come to counties, number one, a very huge chunk of it, and I think he mentioned something with 60%. I could be wrong on that, but I know he mentioned above 50%. Will go to salaries, and then he said another amount will now go to recurrent expenditures and so on and so forth. So he said the other amount that remains is very little for development and other kinds of projects.
Pause there.
Yes.
Let's peel the onion. What is development?
Right.
What does it mean? Is it a physical road? Is it a bridge? Or is it what the citizen does with that road or bridge? So we circle back to what it is saying.
Yes.
This thing starts with our imagination. If we can imagine it, if we can believe it, if we can conceptualize it.
Yes.
Now, I don't know whether, let me try this example. I hope it will work.
Okay.
When the Kibaki administration built Thika Road, in fact, after a while, Kibaki called for a meeting because so many people had died on that, like 300 people crossing the road.
Yep.
And you see now, if the president was getting vexed that, okay, this road, we were not building it so that people can die.
Sure.
I mean, what is going on? If you recall, afterwards, then governor of Nairobi, there was some effort, I think, and he put bumps on. Then it becomes even more confusing. Why build a highway and then put bumps?
Yes.
But of course, the real issue is citizens are trying to cross this highway. It is now 10 lanes. I mean, how do you cross
from one lane there?
So the solution is to build
a bridge
for people to walk. Now, persuading people to use a bridge
is another issue.
So even today, the bridges are there, but you still see occasionally people trying to cross, forcing the highway people to try and create physical barriers to dissuade you from trying to dash across.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is, if we can imagine it, conceptualize it, believe it, it can happen.
Okay.
And the debate in Kenya today, in my view, is that there are, unfortunately, a number of political leaders who, instead of helping us conceptualize, believe in ourselves, their daily job is to tell us it's not possible.
Yes.
I mean, how is that leadership? Look, you may not agree, and you don't have to agree with what I say, or what another person is saying, or what the president is saying, but surely you owe it to Kenya and to future generations to be positive about Kenya.
Yes.
And to help Kenya imagine a better future.
Right.
I circle back to this issue of the Technical Training Institute. I tell you, a few years ago, when I was governor of Laikipia, I asked some military officers from the Air Force to go and visit the Laikipia North Technical Training Institute. And even they were shocked at the, we call them numerical machines. They are computerized lathe machines.
Okay.
You can machine the most precision parts in Laikipia North.
Okay.
At the Technical Training Institute.
Yes.
At Mugwarak, some people call it Posta.
Okay.
That is where we are. That capability actually exists.
Yes.
Now, because most of us don't believe that we can do these things, it is not actually used in the way it is now only used to train the students.
Okay.
But
in production, no.
It's not being used in production because the belief in ourselves and our capability and what is possible is too low. And in my view, that's actually what is holding us back. Now, I know people say all kinds of things, why it is not possible to transform Kenya. Oh, the institutions are weak. Oh, there's too much corruption.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this. Oh, there's that. We are, if you ask me, those are excuses we are creating for ourselves.
Okay.
Because all societies that have transformed also have those problems. I mean, people say, oh, okay, look, Singapore, no corruption. Yet, when they talk about that, they will still tell you a minister had to commit suicide when he was found being corrupt. So you can't say there is zero corruption.
Yeah.
It is simply that they have been able to deal with it better. If you look at, say, a country like Costa Rica that has recently transformed to high income,
all right,
they have significant problems on including issues of drugs and so on. So they have significant problems related to corruption and other things.
Yeah.
But they have not let that. They have not put it as the complete barrier that we cannot go beyond here because of. And therefore, my contribution to the debate that is ongoing in Kenya today is that, look, first of all, it's a great thing we're having this debate. Can we transform Kenya or not?
Right.
It's a great thing we're having the debate. I hope everybody agrees such a transformation is desirable. The next step is that if it is desirable, is it possible? Now, it may be that we'll never convince 100% of Kenyans that transformation is possible. I think we just need to convince a critical mass that transformation is possible.
Okay.
Do we have pathways? Yes, including exactly what CT was explaining. Counties are an incredible platform for this transformation because you have everything there. Now, so you may, it is not simply a question of whether you have lots and lots of resources.
Yes.
I don't think so. It's also a question of how well are you utilizing those resources.
Yeah.
Are you being imaginative with those resources?
Yeah.
So to the DG, Daktari,
yes, Dr. Ali, yes.
Dr. Ali, what I would tell him, well, he and his colleague, again, my friend, His Excellency Governor Khalif,
right.
It is about what they do with that little.
Whatever they have.
That little that they have.
Yes.
For instance, they also know, and I'm involved in it because KRA is involved.
Yes.
We are about to build 2 bridges across the River Dawa.
All right.
One at Suftu, there in Mandera town, to cross, to create a nice highway.
Yes.
And a bridge to facilitate movement into Ethiopia and back. And again, another bridge at Lamu. RHA,
yes,
about 70 kilometers west of Mandera town.
Okay.
We are involved, KRA, because we are building there one-stop border posts,
so
on both places.
For KRA, this is purely customs.
Well, our role, is so the bridge will be built by Kenha.
Yes.
Ourselves will build the trade facilitation, stuff.
Okay.
It's going to happen. We are at contracting stage.
Yes.
The question is, once we build those bridges, what production will
come from there?
Will come from Mandera that we will be selling to Ethiopia.
Okay.
So I would say it is absolutely possible to transform. The biggest barrier is mindset, and perhaps an equally foundational barrier are political leaders and leaders of different shades who seek to persuade us that it is not possible. I think that's
You see, if you look at the county system that we have, and look at other countries that have something similar, we talk of the states that the US has. You ask yourself a simple question. How does a state like California have a GDP that is 1.3 times more than the entire continent of Africa? How does it do that? What do they do?
Tech.
Precisely. You see, that is their niche. That's what they do. By the time you're hearing of a 4 trillion GDP, that is a lot of money.
Yes.
It wasn't always the case. Not really. We have similarities with very many countries. We talk of Singapore, it's a very good example. But I like to talk of Iceland, and for a simple reason. Iceland has things that we have in plenty. Power, geothermal. They have it like this, in droves. We have solar, which they have a problem with, as we have. Okay, hydro, they have. Now, what they have done with the power that they have, and by the way, when you talk of geothermal, there are few things as renewable as geothermal. The turbines that they have last and last and last. Some of the ones we have in Olkaria, 35 years old, and they're still going strong. 35. The pressure pushes that turbine up, and that pressure, it doesn't actually go away, it comes back again. It's fascinating technology when you think about it. We are 10% capacity. Iceland, 35%. Do you know what they've done with it? Aluminium, one of the toughest metals to smelt. That power and the utilization of it makes the cost of power
And the Chini.
They invite industry. This is their path to what we're referring to as development. It's essentially it's industrialization. So you go to Iceland, you'll be able to do business at a low cost. We have those facilities and more. It's here. It's not something we need to borrow. We have it. Now, so when someone talks to the possibility hits you from every corner you can think of. And these things are nestled. There's a county called Nakuru. Okay? We haven't spoken of other natural resources that we have. We haven't done an audit of our natural resources to determine what their net worth is. Modern technology and science gets you to understand these things very, very easily. What you have as deposits, what you can do with it. So, the conversation is good. But the how, that bit about the how
is better.
Is always short. And thank you so much, Paul. The how is much better because the how may begin as a national conversation, but the how is actually a county conversation.
Okay.
Because the counties are part of the country. It starts with something as simple as own source revenue. That money, that's why I began with California. That's their own source revenue. Hiyo ni pesa yao wameunda.
Silicon Valley.
Yeah, precisely. And other things that they do. When our counties get to the point where their own source revenue rivals and surpasses their equitable share, and then we know we are on that path. We are definitely on that path. And it is not something we can't do. This nonsense of own source revenue being pocket money for people who work in the county must stop.
Yeah.
Okay? And those who vote, for heaven's sake, stop voting in people who may have degrees but don't have the capacity to envision what it is. You need people who can envision. They must see this thing. Having an educational qualification doesn't give you that. That one just tells us you can read books, you can pass exams, you can write papers. We get that one. How to put this thing into practice so that there's a plan. When someone asks you, say, this is the plan we have, and this is how we're going to change the lives of our people. And you're specific. This is what we're going to do here, and this is where we are starting. When people see the change and they join in hands, this discussion we keep having, that governors keep having, forgive me, keep having
at the COG.
CT, no apology necessary. I absolutely agree with you. That
we should be talking of how the county governments are giving the national government money.
There was once, Governor Oparanya was our chair.
Right.
And so we were walking in protest. What a spectacle it was.
Yeah.
Walking, I think, towards the High Court, basically haki yetu.
Yeah.
City, no apology necessary. It is, you are spot on. Now, at the risk of offending some of my friends.
Right.
Look, and you mentioned Nakuru.
Yes.
The economy of Nakuru, as we speak today, is somewhere in the order of 700-800 billion per year. GDP of any.
Okay, 700.
800 billion
Okay.
per year. I could even be underestimating.
All right.
Nakuru is home to manufacturing. Nakuru is home to very high-end, very sophisticated agriculture. Flowers, for example, here in the zone in Naivasha and elsewhere, is a very, very large economy. As a matter of fact, it is larger than some micro-states. Yeah. Nakuru by itself.
Yes.
If you take these counties, again in that region, Paul, they call themselves Central Economic Bloc. But you can also take Lake Basin Economic Bloc.
Okay.
You can take Pwani Economic Bloc.
Yes.
If you take those 10 counties of the Central Economic Bloc, the size of their economy is roughly $28 billion. $28 billion. If they were a country, they're not a country, I'm saying if
they were,
and you line up the countries of the world, 105 countries of the world have smaller economy than the economy contained by those 10 countries.
So those 100 would be below these guys.
Will be below those guys. And you'll be shocked who? Mauritius, for example.
Yeah.
Mauritius is actually like $16 billion. Rwanda is $14.5 billion. Rwanda.
Yes.
So they are competing with Nakuru. Botswana is $22 billion.
Right.
37 African countries have economies that are smaller in size than the Central Economic Bloc.
37.
Now, 37. So me, I agree with CT when he gets what's the word? Exasperate. That's Paul. You pronounce it.
Yes.
You know when you feel a bit frustrated by people.
Right.
What business do my colleagues and I have sitting around complaining instead of leveraging that economy? And that's just the 10 Central Region or Central Economic Bloc. 37 different African countries have smaller economies than them. So even as you complain, about is money late from the treasury or whatever.
Yes.
I mean, it may pay to look at what can we actually ourselves do. What can we do?
And own source revenue wouldn't necessarily be put into the national kitty. Hiyo ni yenu kama county.
Own source revenue is exactly what it is. Own source ni yako.
Hiyo ni yenu.
Ni yenyu.
Yes.
You're not sharing it with the rest of
We are not sharing. Hiyo ni account yako. Now, is it possible? I mean, studies have shown by Commission for Revenue Allocation by different people, including ourselves,
yes,
players in the private sector, showing that perhaps counties are not even reaching about 30% of their potential. So whatever they are collecting today is around 26-27% of the potential that they can collect. What do they need? There's a little bit of effort, frankly.
Yeah.
But also, there's some misunderstanding. County revenues, most of them are not a tax.
Okay.
In fact, in early February, there's a conference about this exact matter. The own source revenue conference. Early February, around I think 10th, 11th or 12th.
Okay.
To debate these issues because a lot of county revenue is a fee for service. Okay. Now, when you see if your own source revenue is low,
yes,
it probably means that your service provision is
low.
Like what? Take my favorite, livestock movement permit.
Yes.
Now what happens, Paul, is like this.
Yeah.
If you go here to Bisil in Kajiado,
right,
and you buy some goods, or even just here in Kiserian, and you buy some goods, intent on having a party on the weekend.
Yes.
A vet there is supposed to check that the goats you've bought
are healthy,
and that they're good for, and then they give you a yellow kind of looking in order to move the animals. And for that service, you pay like 500 bob.
Okay.
And that is own source revenue, in that case, for the county of Kajiado.
Right.
Now, if the vet is not there, providing that service, obviously, they are not going to
Get that money.
get the revenue.
Yes.
It is as simple as that.
Okay.
Now, of course, what is the vet actually doing? The vet is playing a very significant public health
Role.
because Paul, you know, you can eat nyama with anthrax.
True.
Yeah, so it is a public health role.
Yeah.
Who is the doer? Who is the professional doing it? Is a veterinary doctor.
Yes.
And they are trained like that, so they're called doctors, so that they can check and certify that, look, this animal is okay for you, it's fit for human consumption, and that they get, they get a little bit of revenue. So
Right.
one source revenue is a counter revenue. It is yours. It is very related with the service provision, because a lot of it is a fee for service, and there's usually a bit of confusion on that.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, in February we're going to have a conference, a national conference, with many counties involved,
Yeah.
to debate that issue, because it's a very, very critical issue. But we go back to what is possible. I know it. I have seen it. I have lived it. Just the other day in Laikipia, and you could see young people with their engineering businesses, and that really used to get me excited. And we had been able to put together some little facilities like 3 billion shillings to us, not county revenues.
Yes.
Again, it's about, you have to be a bit creative. And us in Laikipia, when we did the 3.3 billion thing,
Yeah.
we used about 150 million to leverage 3 billion from the financial sector. How? Yes, Paul.
Yeah. How?
we brought down the risk.
Okay.
Let me speak in layman terms. We went to some large banks of Kenya. You know them. KCB, Equity,
Kina Cooperative.
Cooperative Bank,
Yeah.
namna hiyo. So when they said, Mr. Cooperative Bank,
Yes.
fanya hivi, can you lend money to SMEs in Laikipia? So the answer is yes. Now, you assess them. And how much will you charge for your money? I'm going to charge them 13.5%.
Okay.
So he said, okay, you, Cooperative Bank, you, KCB, it is your role to lend. So assess these SMEs. Once you see that you want to lend CT, check with us as county to ensure that CT is a business in Laikipia.
Right.
Where are we looking? We are looking in the single business permit register. Here is some little money to use to buy down the risk, so that instead of CT paying 13.5%, 14% for the money,
Yeah.
he will end up paying half of it, which is 7%.
Yes.
And we have put some money in escrow in your bank, so that the other 7%, which we are helping CT to pay,
Yes.
CT and Sons. Yes. Yeah?
Come down. Yeah.
Will come down.
So you are actually paying the interest on behalf of CT.
Yes.
Half of it. Yes.
Half of it. Now, in the language of finance,
Yeah.
we are buying down the credit risk.
Right.
And because of that, we are increasing the chances of CT and Sons being successful. Because now the cost on their cash flow, or the weight on their cash flow, is less. So, is it possible to do that in every county? Of course it's possible to do that in each and every county.
150 million, 3 billion. You
Yeah,
leveraged.
You
that.
are leveraged to do that.
And was it successful?
Yes, it was. By the time I was leaving,
Yeah.
we had only had actually one default. And we had thousands of SMEs that
When
had...
you're paying
had-
7% and it's per annum, not per week
Yeah, for sure.
or per day,
Yeah.
suddenly the cost of that money is very affordable.
Yes.
Extremely affordable.
It is affordable. Now you see the structure and the thinking and bring in people whose business it is to lend money, not you. Counties, that's not your business. But an understanding, every county in this country have people who have the knowledge that His Excellency has.
Yeah.
Every. People who understand economics and understand finance. Wako.
I'm short of calling it genius. I'm
The
this close to calling
the
it genius
in all
because
this is the simplicity of it and how it actually works. Because one of the biggest problems, why do you think government projects like Nyota, Bottom, why do you think they come up?
Hustler.
Because people do not have the means to do the business they want to do or even to start it.
Yeah.
So you provide it. Somebody's already struggling. You can see they're doing it. Some of these banks have similar system. KCB has a beautiful one. Okay? Now, these things exist. There's a perspective I want to share with you even as we get to the end of this, Excellency. It is true, Commission on Revenue Allocation and others have actually examined this, and they've looked at the time of even the local authorities and the revenue collection of all these things, and the 30% mark is true. But the 30% is what is recorded as being collected. It doesn't quite reflect on what is actually collected. It's what you have.
It's what gets to the bank.
That is it. Because, again, a lifestyle audit needs to accompany this so that you examine the lifestyles of people who are involved in that process.
In the whole thing.
Yes, just as a by the way.
Yeah.
Now, if 70% of what you possibly collect doesn't get to the county, if it got to the county, what could the county not do? That's really my point. And then the bigger problem that I noticed was very many counties that had municipalities, when the counties came in, they were collecting less money than the municipalities had been collecting. So you wonder, you have a bigger market and you're collecting less. How?
Yeah.
You see, in the so there are leakages, and indeed in early February, those are some of the things we shall be talking about.
In that
how do you
conference,
how do you seal those leakages? But I absolutely agree with UCT that that counties or devolution is a correct platform or one pathway to transformation. Let's compare. Seychelles has about 110,000 people.
Yes.
So, comparable to Lamu County.
Yes.
What is Seychelles? Seychelles, at the moment, is actually the richest per capita in Africa.
Yes, it is.
$21,000 per person
Yes.
per year. What is it based on? Tourism fisheries.
Full
Only.
stop.
They don't have oil, they don't have
They
gas,
don't have oil.
they
They
don't
don't
have gold.
It is high-end tourism and industrial fisheries.
Yeah.
By the way, Seychelles, just the other day in 2008,
Yeah.
when we were having our own problems here, they themselves went bankrupt. They defaulted on loans. Yeah. They defaulted on loans.
Yeah.
So they had to go to the IMF. Sometimes even we do. So the same medicine.
Yeah.
Rebroaderize your currency. Cut government expenditure. In them, they cut 15%. So they fired 15% of government employees in order to restart the thing. But what is it based on? High-end tourism and
Fisheries. Your Excellency, I just want to cut you for a short while. We do some news. Then when we come back, we recap on that whole Seychelles issue. But most importantly, I also want us to focus on manufacturing. Something I am sure you know a thing or two about. So we can actually see how we can uplift that particular economy. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nearly 2 years after the Mai Mahiu Dam disaster, affected families remain without compensation or resettlement, deepening anger and despair. Tensions escalated when a young protester collapsed during a 72-hour tree-hugging stunt meant to pressure the government into honoring its compensation pledge. On 29th April 2024, a blockage in a culvert beneath a railway embankment led to a catastrophic failure in Mai Mahiu, killing at least 50 people.
If at all they have bought land for flood victims, let them come on board. Let them show us the land. They know us by name. They have our contact. Let them take us to where they have bought the land. Let them explain to us how they are subdividing the land. Let them even tell us who are these people that they have bought land for. Because since then, we have never been called to any meeting. And that makes us feel very bad.
My government will not undermine Kenya's transformation agenda for short-term political or electoral gain, says President William Ruto. The president said his administration is focused on long-term development, not the next election, adding that Kenya Kwanza is implementing policies aimed at securing the country's future and ending the cycle of election-driven governance that has slowed national progress. He was speaking on Monday in Nairobi. At least 7 people were killed on Monday following a tragic road accident following a trailer and a 14-seater matatu in Kikopey near Gilgil. The fatal crash occurred on the afternoon on Monday, January 19th, when a trailer reportedly lost control before veering off its lane and colliding head-on with a matatu that was heading in the opposite direction. The impact was devastating, with the sheer weight and speed of the lorry forcing the PSV off the road.
Hii lori imekuja ikagonga Nissan ya kwanza pale, ikamisi kaenda ikalalia ya pili pale. Ikaua watu 4 pale na wengine 2 pale. Hao wengine wakapelekwa hospitalini. Sisi tukiwa hapo wakaji wa hapa Kikopey, sisi tukastuka sana. Accident imekuwa mingi sasa. Date 3 wengine tufanyika pale hivyo juu. Ikaua watu 6.
Na kuna watu wanatengeneza barabara lakini hakuna sign yoyote, road sign kwa hizi barabara. Kitu kingine, kuna accident nyingi sana na tunaona hakuna bumps kwa hii barabara. Tumejaribu kuongea.
DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua has claimed that leaders who have left his party were acting as President William Ruto's moles, saying their exit is helping him clean out disloyal members. Speaking in Kilifi County, Gachagua accused the UDA party of trying to destabilize and divide his party. His remarks come after about 10 current and former leaders from Mount Kenya region defected following sustained political pressure from President William Ruto in the vote-rich region.
Kilio Malala alikuwa Kakamega na ile Malala Super Cup. Alafu akapata homa kali sana. Katika timu yangu yote tulijua hao ni watu ya Ruto, ni maspy, ni mamoles. Sasa wameenda tu pahali walikuwa.
Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has promised to get to the bottom of why 2 speed trains collided in southern Spain, killing at least 40 people. This as rescuers continue to search the wreckage. After visiting the site of the crash, Sanchez also announced 3 days of national mourning for victims. More than 120 people were injured as carriages on a Madrid-bound train derailed and crossed over to the opposite tracks, colliding with an oncoming train in Adamuz on Sunday evening. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Manchester City have completed the signing of defender Mark Gueye from Crystal Palace in a deal worth an initial £20 million. An injury crisis at centre-half has prompted City to swoop for the Palace captain, who was out of contract at the end of the season and was close to joining Liverpool on deadline day last summer for £35 million. As well as the initial fee, a percentage sell-on clause was inserted into the deal for the 25-year-old, who has signed a 5.5-year deal until 2031 at the Etihad. The Confederation of African Volleyball Zone 5 has postponed the Zone 5 Club Championship for men and women that was set to be held in Kenya from February 8th to 16th. In a statement to member Federation, Zone 5 President Sadiq Nasiwu said the event was postponed after Kenya Volleyball Federation said it was unable to host the tournament. The championship normally brings together top clubs from 12 countries in the region, including Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, Ethiopia and Egypt, and is important for club rankings and qualifications at the continental level. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. In studio, we do have Honorable Nderitu Mureithi, former Laikipia governor, but most importantly, he's an economist and he is the current chairman of Kenya Revenue Authority. And in the previous hour, we're just trying to understand economically where we are. This whole issue of Singapore and trying to emulate countries. But he mentioned something quite interesting that also captured my attention. And Mheshimiwa, it's when you mentioned about Seychelles and you said in 2008 they went bankrupt. They went bankrupt, but now you're saying that their GDP is what?
Per capita, $21,000 per person per year.
They are the wealthiest on the continent.
Yeah.
The richest today in Africa.
They're in the ocean, but on the continent.
Well, I mean, I guess tongue in cheek, but look at the size of their population.
Yes.
It's 110,000. Look at the population of Lamu County.
Similar.
Is about 140.
Yes.
Where is Lamu? Lamu is in
Kenya.
In Kenya,
On
it's
the
at
sea.
the coast.
It's in the ocean, just like them.
What is Lamu? Tourism.
Right.
What is Lamu? Fishing. What else is Lamu? Transshipment.
Right.
They have a gigantic port there. Yeah.
that
needs to be really used for transshipment, a bit, which is actually the story of Singapore. What is Singapore? Transshipment as a logistics hub. So does Lamu have what it takes to do like Seychelles?
Right.
Of course it does. Take another island. Mauritius.
Yes.
Mauritius has 1.3 million people. Exactly like Kilifi. Kilifi County.
1.3 million.
Yes.
In fact, Kilifi is more like 1.4, maybe even 1.5 million.
Yeah.
Wako wapi? At the sea. Okay. Now, what is it that Mauritius did? By the way, Mauritius, they just had sugar. By the time when CT was going to primary school, even me had already begun. In the 70s, they had only sugar. Now, they negotiate. In those days, you could negotiate quota. They negotiated a quota. They were given a very high quota by the European Union to sell the sugar because they had nothing and they were that poor. So the Wazungu said, okay, you poor fellows, okay, we give you a quota to sell your sugar and we allow you to sell it at a very high price. Musaidike. Then they had something called the Mauritian Sugar Syndicate. Now, because they were selling sugar at higher than international prevailing international prices, this additional, they called it sugar rent. They used it to build what? EPZ.
Yes.
Exactly like the river EPZs.
Yes.
Because what were they for? They were making textiles, apparel. For which market? America.
You know, you've mentioned Seychelles, you've mentioned Mauritius, and you've compared it to our own cities here, counties, Lamu. And then you also mentioned earlier on Kigali, or rather Rwanda, and you also compared it
to Nakuru.
To Nakuru, and you said Nakuru actually has got more in terms of revenue more than those folks.
The GDP of Nakuru is
massive.
Yes.
So my question is, why is it that we are unable to match up to these places that we feel or think are better than us?
Our limitation is our imagination. Our limitation is our mindset. Our limitation is this. I don't know what to call it, but we are enslaved by our thinking. We are enslaved by our I don't want to call it politics, but I don't even think it's by what we do. We get up, we spend most of our time screaming at each other. That's actually how we work. What we call politics in Kenya is basically one group of people throwing mud at the other group of people, and then that's how we spend our day.
We have professors, doctors, and engineers as our governors, and I would think that perhaps because of number one, their training, their careers, and the professionalism perhaps they acquired over the years, they would actually put politics here and then put their professionalism here in terms of delivering for the people that actually elected them. But when I look at countries, the ones that we've mentioned, Mauritius, Seychelles, Rwanda, and I'm asking myself, what is so difficult in terms of achieving these particular successes that these countries have and actually surpassing it? And then I look at the problem that we are calling our politics. I'm thinking then, ni sisi wenyewe tu tumejifungia.
Yeah. In fact, the reason I'm talking about Seychelles and Mauritius is because they have made the transition to high income. Our brothers and sisters in Rwanda are not there yet.
Yes.
Although they have a good reputation. But Mauritius and Seychelles have made the transition to high
income.
As I said, if you look at Mauritius, they started with sugar. They moved to making clothes, like in the river. Then they figured out, hey, what else can we do? Let's organize our banking sector to make it attractive for people to come and bank here.
Okay.
So in fact, today, quite a number of Kenyan companies, they go to register.
Companies in Mauritius.
In Mauritius, they are operating here, but their headquarter is in Mauritius because the tax, they used tax to attract.
Yeah.
Then they thought, okay, what else can we do? Let's try tourism, like Seychelles.
Yes.
Yeah. Then recently they've said, okay, if we look at what Kenya is doing with ICT, let us do ICT, and that is what has moved Mauritius to basically
high income.
Let's look further afield.
Yeah.
Again, smaller states which have the same population as counties. Let's go to Caribbean and find a country
yes.
called Trinidad and Tobago. Okay. Again, they have like 1.7 million people.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it they did? Their lack was they have natural gas. So they figured out, what can we do with this natural gas? They tried petrochemicals.
Yes.
So they make fertilizers and industrial chemicals. Okay, and of course they have a little bit of tourism. Again, they have made the transition. A bigger country,
yes,
one of my favorites, is Costa Rica.
Right.
Costa Rica, and when we were in secondary school, Costa Rica was just bananas and coffee. Nothing else. Then they thought, okay, what can we do with ourselves? And they started, guess what? Special economic zones. For what? Mainly American ICT companies. And that's what does. So, is it possible? Of course it is possible, Paul.
Yeah.
The limitation is our own imagination and belief in ourselves. I want to give you an antidote from my history. When I got home from uni, because I'd gone to university in Canada.
Yes.
In those days, of course, going overseas was such a
big deal.
My friend here should tell you, people would come with matatus to take us to the airport. It was such a big deal.
Yeah.
So
you are representing the entire community.
Yes.
So they must escort you.
Wewe ndio yani sasa you're their hope.
When people talk about their sons who are abroad, ni wewe. Yes.
Oh, you're the one who's abroad, not even your son.
So I've come back. There is tea at home.
Yeah.
I'm from a place called Chamonix.
All right.
Now, there was a man there who used to work for my mom called Mr. Mwangi.
Okay.
He was a farmhand. Okay? So, when I'm back and neighbors, friends have come, it's a celebratory mood, people are talking. And Mr. Mwangi overheard people saying how I was number one.
Okay.
In class.
Right.
So afterwards, when we went to tend to the cows, he asked me, he pulled me aside. He said, is it true what people are saying? I said, what? He said that you defeated Wazungus in school. Is it really true? I said, yes, why? How? Is it really possible to defeat Wazungus? So,
mindset.
And Mr. Mwangi could know, how is it possible?
Unashindaje mzungu?
Unaenda kwao ukawashinda kwa shule. How? Look. So, it is our imagination that is limiting us.
Okay.
It is this craving we have for negativity. Now, it's not that we should sweep problems under the carpet, but I don't think all we should do is focus on problems. We should focus, first of all, we should have self-belief.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw one of the columnists recently wrote over Christmas season about mindset. And was saying how what we need is like a national mental set or mindset for success. Why are we so obsessed with pulling each other down and debating endlessly why it is not possible?
Instead of why is it possible?
Instead of why is it possible and how is it possible? Where can we look? Let's look at those who have done it. If you ask me my favorites, I've told you. Seychelles, Mauritius, Botswana to some extent, Costa Rica, Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
They have all done it. It is possible to do it. But the one thing I'm happy about is that at least we're having the debate.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it becomes a bigger debate. It shapes the way we are thinking as Kenyans, particularly those who are in political leadership or who are aspiring to political leadership. And I remain convinced it is possible.
Okay.
Again, one other piece of data, Paul. We are in 2026. Now, when you talk about a generation, what is a generation? Is anywhere between 20 and 30. Because I think a generation is how long it takes for somebody to be born and then for them to now start also having children.
Right.
So let's say, 20 to 30 years, if we call that a generation.
Yes.
So in this generation, we have moved from $390 per person to $2,600 per person. Calculate what is that? What is the magnitude of that change? What is the magnitude? So per capita income in Kenya has increased 7 times in the course of this generation. So we are counting from 2003.
Yes.
So in 23 years, actually practically 22 because we are just in the beginning
of 2026.
In 22 years, we have moved from $390 per person
to
$2,600 per person. Now, I'm not here on your radio claiming that every Kenyan is rich. I'm not here saying that there is equality in Kenya. That's not what I'm saying at all. All I'm saying, look at the number and ask yourself what it really means.
Okay.
That's the distance this society has traveled. 7 times. 7
times.
Did we have problems during the last 22 years? Of course, we had gigantic problems.
Yes, we did.
Including near civil war in January of 08. But we have moved 7 times. So assume we continue to namna hiyo. The kids in Shamanai, they say fogodhari. I don't even know what it means, but it means like confused. Madhogodhanio, exactly.
Yes.
So even assume we continue with our madhogodhanio as we are today.
Yes.
And we increase again by 7 times. If you take 2,600 times 7, what do you get on your arithmetic?
2,600 times 7?
Yes.
Something close, if not more than 16,000 thereabout.
Yes. So, even with that madhogodhanio that we are doing, in another 20 years, we will certainly be
higher
income.
It's actually 18,200.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I'm saying, let us just use history then, recent history. Between the year 2003 and the year 2025, Kenya per capita income has increased 7 times. If we stay on that trajectory, again in another 20 years, perhaps even fewer because, there is a rule of compounding.
Yes.
we can go to high income. Now, can we do it sooner? The answer is yes. What can we do to get there sooner? I start with CT's favorite, counties as centers of growth. Can our county governments embrace economic transformation and be the drivers of economic transformation? I am very hopeful. I saw the other day Governor Anyang' Anyong'o, one of my favorite governors in the Republic,
Right.
in fact, go and have a sit down with the president to say, here is my thoughts on paper, how we are going to transform this Kenya.
Right.
Another favorite of mine is Governor Kangata here in Muranga. So you can see already pockets, counties that are doing certain progressive things that give you reason to hope. So counties as a source of growth.
Yes.
If Seychelles and Mauritius have done it on tourism, what's to stop us from doing it on tourism? Yeah, we can improve tourism.
Yes.
If Costa Rica has done it on ICT,
Yeah, surely.
surely
What is stopping us?
us, like for example, one of my frustrations, I tell you, is the national optic fiber backbone. I want to tell you, Paul, and I know many young people don't believe it, but every town, every major town in Kenya,
iko na fiber.
iko na fiber today. That fiber, I don't even think is used 10%. So even if you don't like government, ni sawa, but at least use the fiber because it is there. Another completely underutilized asset is this lab set. Okay? It is there. Is it fully developed? No, but it is there, not being used. So if you ask me, what is our pathway? I would say counties as a platform. I would say leveraging tourism. I would say ICT, because we already are an African leader in ICT, and we can do better. Then some interesting things have happened. Steel, the steel sector.
Yes.
Albeit, again, higo, you know, that
Madogodanio. Yes.
But we now have a reasonable steel sector with as many as maybe 12 or more steel mills.
Yeah, there are many. There are many. When you drive along Mombasa Road, you will see so many.
So many.
Yeah.
And cement.
Yeah.
Now, why is steel important? Steel is often the basis of heavy manufacturing.
Okay.
So the fact that we are there, and for the first time, we are making steel from iron ore.
Yes.
Okay.
Which we have in plenty.
So it gives you, again, reason to hope. A quick story about the numerical machining complex.
Yes.
If you go there, what you will find, there's a smelting. You know, you have to smelt the metal and whatever.
Smelting component to it.
Yes, and then you have to cast it. So you'll see the smelting. You can smelt like, I think 5 tons per hour, but you can cast 15 tons. The reason that smelting is kidogo is because at that time in 1990, when you put it on,
yes,
the lights would dim in Nairobi because of
the energy consumption.
Energy consumption of the thing. But now, you know, so the kind of useful debates, Paul, we should be having is what is the power requirement of the transformed economy?
Speaking of which,
what is the engineering? I mean, how many engineers does a transformed economy require? Yeah,
Okay.
and we've had these debates before. So when you hear government talking about trying to get ultimately to 15,000 megawatts, it is because of that is our best guesstimate at the moment of the amount of power required. So where are we? We are not there yet. We are at around 4,000.
Yes.
Nonetheless, we are in that,
We're in the
in that
neighborhood.
trajectory. How many engineers do we need? Karanja Kefisho and I,
Yes.
we used to estimate this. It was our job to estimate when we were younger and we were in the Ministry of Industrialization.
Yes.
To estimate how many engineers do we need. The figure escapes me, but I think we had guesstimated something like either 40,000. We had a number.
40,000 engineers.
Yes, in the whole economy.
Yeah.
And so, when you saw government expanding university education and expanding the Technical Training Institute,
Yes.
it was in response to some actual thinking that we were doing. So, even with that Malogodanio,
right,
we are on the trajectory of transformation. Imagine what will happen, Paul,
Yeah.
if we style up just kidogo too.
In terms of manufacturing, because that has been one of my passions. In terms of our capacity to be a manufacturing hub, where would you put us in terms of percentages?
Firstly, let me explain just a couple of quick points related to manufacturing.
Sure.
The first one is that the proportion or the proportionate contribution of manufacturing to GDP has declined. That is true. But it in part has declined because other sectors, particularly ICT, have emerged. It is true, some kind of manufacturing, particularly of fast-moving consumer goods,
Yes.
like toothpaste and things like that, some of the companies who used to manufacture here have started importing from other units, particularly within COMESA.
All right.
That is to be expected when you think about it as an economist, that once we did the free trade arrangements of COMESA, of EAC, and now Continental Free Trade Area, but the effect actually came from COMESA, some of the manufacturing was going to go to where they can create efficiencies. So some fast-moving consumer goods, it is true, some of the companies preferred to then bring stuff from their
neighbors,
particularly from Egypt. That's true. What people don't talk about is the other kind of manufacturing that has emerged in Kenya. So, in the last 15 years,
yes,
cement factories have increased by, I think, at least a dozen. Steel factories by a similar magnitude.
Figure, yeah.
So, although some fast-moving consumer goods manufacturing is not here anymore, steel and cement, which, if you think about heavy industry,
yes,
is what you need, have emerged. What I see as an immediate opportunity for Kenya in manufacturing is now that we are making steel, to use the steel, particularly if these factories are able to make high-speed steel. High-speed steel is, the steel you need
Yes.
to make a machine.
Yes.
When you think about something that is turning like this, it requires to be a certain kind of steel so that it doesn't bend. Yeah. You see, even things like this is
even like this console.
Yeah, it has steel in it,
Right.
but this is easy to bend, so you can't use it to make a gear, for example.
All right.
The gear will bend.
All right.
Now, making high-speed steel is our next step. Yeah. With high-speed steel, it means we can now make cars and pumps and agricultural machines and so on.
Right.
That's the natural trajectory I see for Kenya, and we should be able to make machines not just for our own agriculture,
But
but
for
even
exports.
for export.
So this is not at the assembling. No, this is
making from
scratch.
scratch.
I know the president has been talking about our need for more power, more energy. So that means we increase, the amount of electricity we are producing. But is that the only thing that could stop us from expanding our manufacturing capacity?
It's a very serious limitation. Nonetheless, a city has explained,
Right.
if we exploit our geothermal fully, and we are nowhere near, if we exploit our geothermal fully, we, in the interim, we are importing from Ethiopia, and that's what we should do. But utilize geothermal fully.
Yes.
Move to the kind of manufacturing we are talking about. Kenya, of course, because we have some, things like titanium and this is even layer arts. People say we have, so there is manufacturing for a high end, like electronics. I think we should be able to get in that kind of manufacturing.
Okay.
So what is required? We certainly need to increase the power capacity we have. It is usually an iterative process because if you create 10,000 megawatts today, somebody has to pay for it.
Yes.
So who will pay if the demand is not there? So there is an iterative process. My view is we take advantage of the fact that we can import. That is growing demand even as we are building on our own capacity, particularly geothermal. Again, solar, we have plenty of. In terms of the resource itself, one would like to see more and more solar power plants coming in.
Yeah.
Wind, we have plenty of. So, manufacturing remains a very, very interesting opportunity for Kenya.
Yeah.
What kind of manufacturing? Heavier manufacturing, not just fast-moving consumer goods, which was where we started. In the 70s into 80s, we were in the region.
Yes.
We were the ones doing it.
But now you told us that business has...
No, once we went to Comesa,
yes.
You see, Egypt has certain
advantages over us.
But proximity, I think, to the Mediterranean.
Okay.
Also the cost of power, and they've been able to whatever, and they have used it very, very effectively.
Okay. Because I also had this idea that we could do pharmaceutical manufacturing.
We could, yes.
And I feel like our capacity is, because of, number one, the resources we have in terms of our herbs and the trees and all these other resources that we need, the water. I feel like our pharmaceutical manufacturing could be at, I don't know where to place it, but I think we can do way better than some of...
We certainly can.
You're actually very right, Paul, because you see, for instance, the Kenya Medical Research Institute has a production unit. Now you'll ask what? It can produce vaccines.
Yes.
It can produce certain products that are actually needed in the field of research and healthcare. But it's a small production unit. Expertise is something you plan for and you create. You start off with skills. You create the skills and you have the know-how and the ability and the infrastructure to upgrade those skills.
Yes.
These European countries you're talking of Germany, you're talking of Switzerland.
Yes.
Oh, those are TVET countries. They have academic institutions, yes, and old ones, but they're TVET countries. People who have technical skills are infinitely more valued than people who have paper qualifications like myself. And that is how they have built the country that they have. Believe me, it's a huge sector. Now, we can't delve too much into our past and our history because it's a trajectory we were on. And we have the infamy of being a country.
Yes.
And as we move forward, there are many instances where we've moved very many steps backwards. We were already ahead, and it was just a question of pushing it ahead. And then
tunapiga about time.
And we regress. And then we start again. And we're thinking,
and then we complain.
We were there already. Why did you have to go back?
Yeah.
But the fact that it has been done is all the evidence that we need. That all you have to do is have that deliberateness to want to do these things. This isn't magic. No, it isn't magic.
Paul, can I mean, okay, I hope it wouldn't sound like
unajigonga kifua.
No,
By all means, do it.
You need to talk about things you know and you've done.
Thank you.
Yes.
You see, the power of an idea, Paul. A few years ago, in my own hood of Laikipia, I started talking about feedlots. When I started talking about feedlots, many of the guys would actually just laugh at me. Like, what are they talking about? We even tried to promote some pilots Yeah, I wouldn't mention the community, but in one particular community ranch, we begged, borrowed some. I can't remember which donor gave us some little money. We went and planted, hay. Went and planted grass.
Right.
Because I would be explaining to my colleague pastoralists that look, as pastoralists, we move looking for grass. I was telling them, no, the animal should stay here. It is the grass that should come to the animal. Now, today, are we succeeded fully? No. But if you go to Rumuruti, you'll find there a feedlot with a capacity of 5,000 animals. I'm not sure how many there are now, but certainly last time I was there are something like 3,000 head of cattle. In Rumuruti.
Yes.
I can count, including myself, another 17 smaller feedlots. The power of an idea. Yeah. Now, it is no longer just an idea. People, you go on TikTok, you go on Facebook, you see people displaying and showing their feedlots all over the place, from in Kilifi, in Kajiado here, and certainly in Laikipia. I am telling you the power of an idea.
Yeah.
Another thing that the power of an idea, and people laughed at us when we're talking about the BJ50, the tuk-tuk.
Yes.
Now, what people don't see is what happened after. Now, the tuk-tuk is still struggling along, but some other guys doing grain dryers have grown up the business. They were in the same group of engineering SMEs that we were assisting.
Yes.
Now they export to Togo, I don't know to where, to West Africa. Great dryers. They even have figured out how to make small ones that you pack and go with it.
It's a portable dryer.
It's a portable grain dryer.
Right.
So, power of an idea.
Yes.
And I want to tell you, I agree with CT that what we should be asking governors today, you, Governor Nderitu, in your county, how many technical training institutes are there? How are you utilizing them?
Okay.
Yeah? How are you utilizing them?
Yeah.
We had a crisis here, global, called COVID.
Okay.
And we had to make emergency type hospitals. So simple things like, say, beds. Where are we going to get beds? We just turn to the VTCs. Yeah?
Yeah.
And in Laikipia, we have, at that time we had 14 vocational training institutes. We said, make beds for us. Within 2-3 weeks. Over 1,000 beds. Yeah. In Laikipia.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
we talk about having a Juakali economy, which is an SME economy or micro. Do you know the power of that particular economy being given a facelift and an upgrade, what it would mean? They exist because there's a demand for whatever it is that they do. The upgrading of it, what do you think countries like Vietnam and all those so-called Asian that we have, what do you think they did? They are artisans like the ones we have.
Yeah.
They understood, took advantage of certain situation, just an upgrade. It is fascinating. If you ever go to the Juakali industry, you'll be fascinated at what those people can do. It's actually absolutely fascinating.
We see it every time kuna showground.
It is.
They understood
yes,
and they had conviction.
Yes.
What, in my view, we are lacking, we understand. Somewhat.
Yes,
we somewhat understand, but we have zero conviction. In fact, again, if you look at the way this Singapore debate is going, is that anybody who says Singapore is possible, wacha tu? Tumlime. Yes. Anybody who tries to say it's possible for us to transform, wacha tu? Twange. I mean, I don't understand that mindset.
Someone once said that actually they sat in that chair that you've sat. They said the Singapore conversation is a good one. It's just that it was started by the wrong person. Of course, they meant that it is because it is President Ruto who started it.
Yes.
Had it been said by, I don't know, Siti Muga or Kalonzo Musyoka, perhaps it would have been taken differently. And I tend to agree with that particular gentleman, because we need to be objective about that conversation so that we can see what is where. But of course, our politics get in between.
Actually, no, Paul. Our politics, even as it is, because it is what it is, I am not even concerned about changing it.
Yeah.
It is the vehicle, the same vehicle you use to propagate these things. An idea comes about and someone opposes it. You open a debate.
Yeah.
Now that debate is now what gets people to understand what is possible and what isn't.
It's not possible.
It's important.
Yeah.
You know why? When you have the politics we have, it encourages people to have what you call magic thinking.
Yes.
I'm going to give you an example. I was at Kisumu Airport on Saturday morning. I had gone to bed a friend of mine, from a classmate of mine. And I was another colleague. We were representing the group. And the group of young men sitting in a corner. And the guy asked me, what are those young men doing? I said, they're waiting for politicians. So they're doing what? Yes, they're waiting for politicians. Why? I said, they provide a service called security. Said, you're not serious. I told him, I'm extremely serious. I don't know, you know, I worked in this region for over 17 years.
Yes.
There are things I know, so I'm telling you. I knew people who are now older, who are much younger, who used to do these things. So it's something I understand. Said, what else do they do? I said, some of them are manumbers, as we call them. They work in the bus park. Beyond that, nothing else. Said, but they're young. I said, yes, they are young. I said, look, you can categorize what you're seeing there as the power of a narrative. You can look at it as a power of example, because there are people who are older than them who they saw doing this. Because these are young. At my age, I'd call them kids. Okay? Now, what am I saying? The power of example should never be underestimated. All you require is to see somebody you associate and relate to doing something. Kisumu town was a place where your property could get burnt like this. Your vehicle could get burnt like this. All that was required was a little noise and chaos would drain almost immediately. One no longer sees that. Doesn't happen, and you have to ask why. You have to get people to understand and to have a healthy relationship with material things. Meaning, if I know a friend of mine who has a piki-piki or a tuk-tuk or a vehicle, I'll be reluctant to try and harm that person because I can relate to this asset. If I can't relate to it, I really couldn't care whether it exists or not. Now, that is what happens when the livelihood or the economic welfare of people changes. And the power of example in people they can relate to. But it starts by meeting them at the point of need. Forget some crazy esoteric ideas that you may have. They're already doing it. How do they enhance that thing that they're doing? Because that they can relate to. And you can. But it requires something most of us are not willing to do, thinking. Because the thinking is what gets you to look for people who understand how to move to the next stage, or the next level, and engage them. Now, I don't blame politicians for any of these things for a simple reason. Politicians are doing what they need to do what they plan to do, even now. But we elect them, and from among us, there are things that a politician, no matter how well-meaning he is, cannot do. So these very same people are the ones who have to set themselves up to do it. Okay? But again, it comes down to the thinking. If you look at why it is this issue of that I hear you mentioning to me every so often about these opinion shapers you call influencers. It's a growth industry because there's a demand for what they do.
Yes.
Okay? It's a time in which we live in, and I'm told people even make money from it. Okay? How many things do we do that people make money from, and which at their current position can actually be given a certain kick up the road, a certain notch higher, and so that it actually becomes something that beyond you doing it can actually engage other people. It's called employment. How? But it requires the thinking.
You see, this whole thinking thing, actually there's a question here in regards to thinking, and this one I'll direct it to Mheshimiwa. Okay, naona kuna jina Brian hapo katikati.
Just go with Brian.
Let me go with Brian. How do we develop a positive mindset amongst the citizens as key element for change? How do we, and for me, I will take it amongst the citizens. I'll take it and just say, how do we ensure that Kenya can have that mindset such that it doesn't matter whether I'm Kikuyu, Kamba, Mjaluo or Swahili, we have the mindset that will take us into that development agenda?
Well, I'm not sure that it is only one way. But certainly, think about the conversations you are having today. Radio generation. Think about the conversations you're having.
Yes.
These are very serious conversations. And they influence the way we are thinking.
Yes, they do.
So the more people are having these sort of serious, open-minded conversations about ourselves, about our country, the more likely that we will move in the trajectory Brian is asking. The other one is what CT has said, the power of demonstration. Now, again, let's talk about Kisumu. I love Kisumu because now, if you look at what Kisumu is doing, the county government of Kisumu.
Yes.
Very interesting things. Like, take the idea of Kisumu being a smart city. And they worked at it, found partners globally, the Global Smart City Alliance is now like headquartered almost in Kisumu.
Yeah.
That has led them to start hosting continental conferences on how cities should look like. Yeah. That has led them to start the Lakefront Development Corporation. So if you go to the Lakefront Development Corporation, you will find now they are redesigning, reimagining Kisumu. That how can Kisumu face the lake instead of facing away from the lake?
Okay.
Now they're talking about the frontage, the lake frontage, and what kind of infrastructure and what kind of activity can happen there. Suddenly, even the roads people are also now talking about how can we redesign the ring roads and around Kisumu city.
Yes.
So the power of demonstration.
Yes.
As many other counties do the same. Yeah. Again, up country here, we started the idea of smart towns. Our pals, our friend in Muranga, picked it up. Now, most counties in the neighborhood have picked up on the idea that look, every small town is better to clean it up a little bit. Pave the roads, make it easy for people to walk.
Yes.
Put street lights and lights so that business can work in the evening. Demonstration. So the more we are doing these things, the more we are having this conversation, the more it becomes possible.
Yes.
And really, we must thank folks like yourself and CT and others who don't shy away from having the right conversation and are not carried away with the daily hubris sometimes that politics can create, which is in my view a drawback.
Yeah. And I like what you've said, that there is not one way.
It's not one way. Yes.
Several ways that will get us there.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at Kilifi, for example, if you look at the special economic zones that are coming up in Kilifi, including by private developers,
yeah,
investors,
again, we have very serious reason to hope and to expect change in that region.
Vipingo, once upon a time, a Sisal estate, is in Kilifi County. What's happening there is fascinating. I mean, it's fascinating in that it is a development that once it was imagined and the idea was bought into, that one development suddenly gives that county a completely different face. Because the sort of people it brings in, the sort of people who want to buy, live, because people are buying to live, not buying so that they can visit. There are those who buy to visit. It's not in leaps and bounds that we grow.
Yes.
It's more or less a step by step. Then the economies, something referred to as a takeoff stage. That's with reference to an economy. There's a point at which when you reach things now just start propelling themselves, they move, because you've actually aggrandized and brought together a critical force that now more or less helps push and propel this thing forward. But almost every county in this nation has the capacity to look at itself and realize this is what we can actually do that will help bring about that change.
You know, Paul, you said Dr. Ali was here.
Yes.
They have a project in Mandera town. Not really, I wouldn't call it a project, a program. They grow trees. Okay? It's not what you would associate, but Mandera government figured out how do we get green, how do we green Mandera town?
So it's a reforestation program.
The trees may not even have been there in the first place. But what they did is that they have a program where they pay citizens not just to plant, but to look after it. So you plant it, you water it, you look after it, and you get a stipend at the end of the month.
That's a good idea.
Now, who are the doers? Women. So suddenly, women have income. Last year, Mandera won a global award for greening it.
It's town.
It's town.
That's
Now,
actually great, yeah.
So I went there to see it. While there, I was shocked at the fruits that Mandera grows. Now, what many people don't realize, although it's in a dry area, but there's a gigantic river there called River Dawa, which is the boundary between Kenya and Ethiopia. So suddenly, I certainly became aware of things like the River Dawa, River Dawa Basin Development Project, which Kenya and Ethiopia are discussing. So, well, on the one hand, you remember how young people are mocking the president when he was talking about the road.
Yes.
By the way, that road is being built.
The one that became a meme.
The one that became a meme.
Yeah, kutoka Lamu.
That road actually is being built. And has been for some time. I would expect in the next couple of years, all of it, from Isiolo to those two bridges I spoke about, to be actually complete.
Okay.
Because except one segment where a contractor is having difficulties, all the other segments are under development. And like the bridges, we are about to go to tender for the bridges. So, ideas. But Brian is asking, how do we create positivity? It's not one way. I think it's several ways. The conversations, but also demonstration that these things are possible.
You know, the examples we were talking about earlier on of other countries that are part of Africa, they are islands. You see, the power of example is in understanding what it is that they were and what they have become and what they have done to become what they are. Imagine Mandera County. Mandera is huge.
Yes.
Imagine Mandera County being imagined as a breadbasket of Kenya. Start off with something as simple as the rainfall. People think in those areas there's no rainfall. There is rainfall.
Yes.
Even roads flood. So what do you do with the water? What is the program you have for harvesting? Because there's plenty of water. How do you store this water? How do you harvest it? These aren't alien ideas. These are ideas that are practical and almost anyone can apply.
By the way, Siti, the data, the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics data shows Marsabit is the fastest growing county in Kenya. Growing at like 8-9%.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's very huge.
Marsabit. Now, again, I'll go back to this utilization of lapset. If Mandera is not Mandera, Marsabit, so Moyale hapo boundary kwenda Ethiopia, that county is growing at around 8%. Its economy. Now, imagine what will happen as Ethiopia begins to use Lamu or Lapset more and more. Yeah. So the signs are there.
Yes.
well, let's just keep having the conversation.
Yes, definitely. Before I let you go, we have about 2 minutes. We are seeing a lot of drama as far as broad-based government is concerned because of what is happening in ODM. Do you think that is going to affect the delivery? Because we were told ODM donated some folks so that we can ensure that this dream of, I think Baba used to call it Canaan, now it's Singapore. Are we going to get to this destination?
The two are in the same geographical area.
Yes. Baba started by Canaan a couple of years ago.
Look, the economic transformation, we can call it by whatever name. I mean, we have called it Vision 2030.
Yes.
We've called it Canaan.
Yeah.
We've called it Singapore. Certainly for me, it means high income, meaning $14,000 per person per year and above.
Yes.
Now, the drama going on, I guess it was to be expected. You know, power abhors, is that English?
Yes.
Abhors a vacuum.
A vacuum.
Yes. Right.
So, with the passing on of Mzee,
yes,
I mean, obviously, left gigantic shoes to be filled. And I guess many people will be trying to fill those shoes. So I think that it was almost inevitable that there will be a bit of jockeying within the political formation, political organization called ODM. I mean, I hope they find their feet. It would be sad if such a formidable political
outfit
were to fall into disarray. So, but it is for them. It is for the leaders in that organization to find themselves and organize themselves. Will it affect delivery? I don't think so. You know, okay, well, I wasn't in ODM, but the reason, or rather, I became chairman of KRA, courtesy of that broad-based. And we are proceeding on with our work unimpeded.
Yes.
And I expect that we will continue to do so. And I should perhaps use the opportunity to just say one point, if you allow me.
Sure.
I mean, and to thank Kenyans. You know, in December, we had very good progress. We exceeded our monthly target by 21.9 billion in December. So that gave us quite a bit of hope.
Yeah.
You know, so in terms of a monthly whatever, we were well over 100%. We were maybe like 110%.
Okay.
Of performance. The first week of January also quite good outcomes.
Yes.
So thank you to Kenyans for trusting us to do this job. Of course, as an organization, we are going through tremendous change. Renewing ourselves, everything from the very top to the graduate trainees who are entering the organization.
Yes.
Just last year, you know, we wanted to get 200. I mean, and thank you again to young Kenyans. The 35,000 applied. 600. It took us quite a bit of time to just to sift through. But thank you, and such talented young Kenyans. But all the way up to commissioners. The board, we've been at it for several months now.
Yes.
You know, hiring commissioners, some internal, some external. They in turn, you know, hiring deputy commissioners, some internal, some external. They in turn looking at chief managers, and it goes like that.
Yes.
We're also quite looking at technology.
Okay.
And to make, you know, to simplify and bring down costs for our clients. So, you know, we are quite, what's the word I'm looking for? We are feeling very optimistic about the trajectory we are on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will invite you back. I don't know when you will be free, but there's something we will need to touch on, the blue economy, which is, I think, we rarely have that conversation, to be honest. And I think that one needs to be highlighted quite well. And the other segment, or the other part we need to talk about is our agriculture, which when I was growing up, primary, I was being told that agriculture and tourism are the backbone of this country.
Yes.
So that one, I think...
today we should say ICT.
Yeah, and of course the ICT
is a backbone.
Where we lost the plot as far as agriculture is concerned.
We didn't lose the plot.
We lost it.
No, we didn't.
We did.
But that's why we'll come and talk about it.
Exactly.
Let's come and debate. One thing I would myself like to throw in there.
Yes.
Think about what is happening with mobile, mobile money, and all things mobile.
Yes.
You know, I'm told one mobile money provider says they are moving 4.2 trillion per month, not per year.
Yes.
Per
month. That is their turnover.
That's how much money is moving on their platform. So cumulatively, you're talking about a little over 50 trillion
yearly.
Hiyo pesa ni mingi.
Tuko na doi Kenya.
Precisely the point.
So hiyo pesa Paul nikuulize tunafanyaje naye? Because okay, you can say unanitumia tunatumia madhe nini, lakini tunafanyaje na hiyo do? There must be something we are doing with it. Yeah? Meaning there is some production happening somewhere.
Yes.
And that's why I honestly think we have every reason to believe in ourselves as Kenyans.
Yes.
Believe in ourselves, in our capacity to do great things.
All right. Thank you so much. Umesikia venye governor amesema tumia madhe do. Unajua madhe nani?
Paul.
Okay, sawa. Coming up next, Rania Abdi and Lady Mathai on the Retro Box. Wacha nitoke hapa kabla nichafu na city.
This is the Radio Generation News.